The Job Well Done. The Queen's Way to Successful Leadership. By Dr. Maheshika Halbeisen. Introduction. Don't worry. The Queen will take care of you. These are the words spoken by my 75-year-old grandmother, whose name happened to be Mary Elizabeth. When I asked why she thought the United Kingdom was the ideal destination for my higher education. Despite living 5,000 miles away, with no ties or any connections whatsoever to the country, my grandmother, a homemaker from Sri Lanka, found comfort in the presence of the late Queen. With her encouragement, I embarked 20 years ago on my journey into the unknown, leaving Sri Lanka behind. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was the longest reigning monarch in the United Kingdom and stood as a leader among leaders, having witnessed numerous political figures come and go throughout her reign. The Queen was privy to a wide array of experiences, having traveled to more than 117 countries and having met with an array of foreign leaders and dignitaries. Throughout her life, Her Majesty was a witness to advancements in technology, from television broadcasts to the advent of the internet, social media and smartphones. The Queen lived through world conflicts, political upheavals and natural disasters, possessing an exceptional ability to adapt to change while maintaining her status as a symbol of consistency and stability. The Queen utilized her influence and position wherever possible to inspire and unite people. In 1953, the year of Her Majesty's coronation, the UK, and with her the whole of Europe, was still coming to terms with the aftermath of the Second World War. The country was struggling to find and accept its new role in the world after having had to forfeit its status as an empire. It had no money to rebuild what had been destroyed or ease the suffering of the many. Food was still being rationed. If you think we face an environmental crisis today in 2023, back in 1952, pollution was rampant, with more than 10,000 people dying and 100,000 more falling ill as a result of the Great Smog of London. It was a homogeneous country with a monocultural society, and very few Asian, African Americans or Muslims. Most people were devoted Christians regularly attending church with clear ideas of what was right and wrong. Being divorced meant carrying a huge stigma. So much changed during Queen Elizabeth II's reign. It was not, though, just Her Majesty's longevity that will leave her remembered as one of the greatest women of the 20th and early 21st centuries, but rather how the Queen fulfilled her role with dignity, unconditional loyalty to her cause, and a sense of commitment that has been admired even by those who feel the British monarchy has outrun its course. Queen Elizabeth II had demanding travel and work schedules for more than 70 years, but there is no record of Queen ever losing her temper, using bad language or refusing to carry out a duty expected of her, according to the political commentator Andrew Marr. Even those among us lucky enough to be in their dream job would struggle with the prospect of having to work for more than 70 years. Yet the Queen continued to work for more than 40 hours a week until her final days. The only aspect that may have left us in awe even more than her unprecedented dedication was how Her Majesty managed to be both a distant figure, seemingly untouched by any of the issues faced by ordinary people, yet at the same time close to so many people across all ages, social classes, races and beliefs who related to her. She was the mother of a whole nation with a personal authority that brought countries together. This seeming ambiguity ran like a golden thread throughout her reign. The Queen employed 1,200 people, but fed her dogs. Her Majesty could rebuild the 6-cylinder, 3,462cc engine of an Austin K2 ambulance, trek hatless for hours on her fell pony across the windswept Highland moors. But she looked just as comfortable and elegant in her 488 diamond kokoshnik tiara. Her Majesty was perceived as a figure of authority, but appeared very relaxed wherever present. The Queen was the Supreme Governor of the Church of England and attended church weekly and prayed daily, but never told anyone to go to church. Above all, the Queen was the most famous woman in the world, yet to this day, we know very little about what Her Majesty thought or how she felt. In sharp contrast to how we are constantly told in this day and age to follow our heart, follow our dreams, follow our passion, our late Queen, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, chose to suppress her feelings and keep her thoughts to herself. Her Majesty decided it was not a choice. It was her duty to protect democracy and the Constitution. The Queen embraced her duty for more than 70 years with grace and self-determination. Queen Elizabeth II worked with 15 different prime ministers who were born 100 years apart between the first and the last. Winston Churchill, Anthony Eden, Harold Macmillan, Alec Douglas Home, Harold Wilson, Edward Heath, James Callaghan, Margaret Thatcher, John Major, Tony Blair, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Teresa May, Boris Johnson and Liz Truss. It is the expressed belief by many that Her Majesty as a person, a rock of stability, was an important factor in keeping a very divided nation together until her death. The Job Well Done. The Queen's Way to Successful Leadership is a comprehensive guide to leadership, relationships and service, inspired by the life and legacy of the late beloved Queen Elizabeth II. While her birth into the royal family and her title undoubtedly played a role in Her Majesty's success, the book acknowledges that Princess Elizabeth became Queen at just 25 years old and had limited experience due to the early death of her father, King George VI. Despite these challenges, the Queen persevered, embodying the sentiment expressed in her own words: "Just take on and make the job as best as you can." This book delves into the exceptional leadership and influence of Queen Elizabeth II, examining the factors that made her so revered by people from all walks of life and leaders from all around the world. The book describes how to cultivate a detached, egoless mindset, focus relentlessly on success, build resilience, use soft power, strive for high-quality perfectionism, and much more. The Queen showed unwavering focus, resilience in the face of challenges, and a deep commitment to her values and to the people the Queen served. The chapters include practical advice, illustrating examples from Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, as well as inspiring stories from other leaders in their field. Whether you're a seasoned business leader, a rising manager, or an aspiring entrepreneur, The Job Well Done offers tools, insights, and inspiration to succeed in today's fast-paced and complex world. By learning from the life of an extraordinary woman, you will be inspired, motivated, and empowered to create your path to greatness and make a positive impact in the world. End of introduction. How it all began. The early 1930s were a time of major uncertainty around the world. While the threat of war was not imminent yet, political tensions were rising, as were the demands for change. During these unsettled times, Princess Elizabeth was born into a life of privilege and luxury. But even as a baby, it was clear that the princess was a gentle and sensitive soul, soon becoming the darling of her grandparents, King George V and Queen Mary. They were completely smitten with her and doted on her at every opportunity they got, taking the princess on walks in the palace gardens, pointing out the different flowers and birds, and telling her stories about the royal family. Princess Elizabeth and her sister Margaret were also shown a lot of love and affection by her parents, the Duke and Duchess of York. When her future husband, Prince Philip, first visited the family at the palace for the first time, he was impressed with the amount of time Princess Elizabeth would share with her parents. Having had little chance to do so himself, and their closeness as a family made a big impression on him. Princess Elizabeth would soon be introduced into the world, as her parents took her to events and ceremonies, meeting the people of England and the other members of the royal family. As the princess grew up, her grandparents and parents became her closest companions and confidants, and she looked up to them with great admiration and affection. They were her first teachers and role models, teaching her about duty, honor, compassion, and privilege. At family gatherings, King George V would often invite the young princess to join him at the dinner table, asking her about her interests and hobbies. This close relationship between the king and his granddaughter helped foster a lifelong love of horses in Princess Elizabeth, while her father encouraged her to pursue her interests and passions and instilled in her a strong sense of duty and responsibility. When the duty of becoming the new king was imposed upon the Duke of York, following the abdication of his brother, Princess Elizabeth's father did not consider himself up for the job. Aware of his responsibility to restore the dignity of the monarchy, however, he accepted the challenge and devoted his whole life to his country, with the devoted support of his wife. We must take what is coming to us and make the best of it. Queen Mother. On the 10th of December 1936, under his guidance, Princess Elizabeth grew into a confident, ambitious, and determined young woman who was respected by all who knew her. From the first moment of talking, she showed so much character that it was impossible not to wonder whether history would repeat itself. Osbert Sitwell reported a conversation the Duke had mentioned about his eldest daughter, Queen Elizabeth II, comparing her to Queen Victoria. From an early age, Princess Elizabeth showed clear signs of dedication, thoroughness, and a sense of responsibility for which she would later become famous. Unable to rest until everything was in its place, she would even as a little girl neatly fold her clothes and place her shoes perfectly under her bed every night. If she ever noticed anything was out of place, she would jump right out of bed to fix it. Today, we may be tempted to put this down as a sign of a compulsive disorder, but back then, this was seen as a sign of her responsible nature. She was always working towards her goals and was much more serious and eager to please her parents than her younger sister. Princess Elizabeth was tidy, practical, and reserved, just like her grandparents wanted. She even kept detailed records of all the Christmas gifts that she and her sister received, just so she could send the proper thank you notes. The outbreak of the Second World War brought an abrupt end to the sheltered and carefree childhood of Princess Elizabeth. While other wealthy families in the country chose to leave London and seek refuge in the country, the royal family made the conscious decision to remain despite recommendations from the Foreign Office to evacuate. King George VI felt it was important to show solidarity with the people of Britain during that difficult time. They refused to abandon the capital and instead chose to stay in London and share in the hardships and dangers faced by the rest of the country. This decision not only demonstrated their commitment to the well-being of their subjects, but also served to boost morale and inspire hope among the British people during one of the darkest periods in their history. The children will not leave unless I do. I shall not leave unless their father does. And the king will not leave the country under any circumstances whatsoever. Queen Mother in 1940. The time would have a lasting impact on Princess Elizabeth, being forced to see the suffering of her family and their people, as well as the bombing of both Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle, but witnessing also firsthand the effect of demonstrating bravery and stoicism on maintaining the spirit of people high, thereby helping a nation to keep together. This was needed as Britain came to the brink of collapse, with many urging the political leaders to sue for peace. The Queen Mother described walking in the city after the bombing as walking a dead city. "I'm glad we've been bombed. It makes me feel I can look the East End in the face." Queen Mother. After the German attack at Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle in 1940 during the war. At the age of 16, Princess Elizabeth insisted on playing her part in the war effort and signed up to work at the London Exchange, but her application was rejected. Instead, she became the honorary colonel of the Grenadier Guards. By 18, she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, ATS, and was trained as a mechanic and driver. Despite her small stature, those who saw her were impressed by her regal dignity. Lady Early noted, "Something about her, that indescribable something which Queen Victoria had." She also made her first speech aimed at motivating children of the Commonwealth, who had to leave their homes for their safety, in 1940 on the BBC. After the war, the girls, led by Princess Elizabeth, organized plays at Windsor Castle. The gesture was greatly received by adults, as well as children all over the world. And when peace comes, remember it will be for us, the children of today, to make the world of tomorrow a better and happier place. Princess Elizabeth in 1940. 2 years after the war, Princess Elizabeth married Prince Philip, who was renowned as a brave military man. He was a first lieutenant and second in command of the destroyer HMS Chequers that operated from Malta with the Mediterranean fleet. Princess Elizabeth's wedding day was a mix of pride and sadness for her father. In a letter to his daughter, King George VI wrote how proud and thrilled he was to walk her down the aisle, but he felt like he had lost something precious when he gave her hand to the Archbishop. He went on to express his admiration for the princess and her calmness during the wedding service. "I was so proud and thrilled at having you so close to me on our long walk in Westminster Abbey. But when I handed your hand to the Archbishop, I felt I had lost something very precious. You were so calm and composed during the service and said your words with such conviction that I knew everything was all right. I have watched you grow up all these years with pride, under the skillful direction of Mummy, who, as you know, is the most marvelous person in the world in my eyes, and I know, always count on you. And now, Philip, to help us in our work." King George VI in his letter to his daughter, Princess Elizabeth, on her wedding day. "To understand a man, you must know what was happening in the world when he was 20. The quote by Napoleon could not be truer for Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen carried the values of the 1940s generation throughout her life, as she became known for being decent, discreet, and always fulfilling her obligations. Our lives are guided by our values, which serve as a guide to ensure that our actions are consistent with our beliefs. They also help us stay connected to our essential identities. They affect our behavior, personality, attitude, thinking, and decision-making. Values are significant in life. Even while society has a hand in shaping some of our values, there is still a part of us that does not alter despite the changes we go through in our personal lives, interpersonal connections, and contacts with the outside world. Regardless of one's position in society, being sincere, willing to take a lead, and determined to do the right thing are virtues of great leadership and will inspire others to do better. Be honest with your values after defining them. Your confidence and sense of self-worth will be at an all-time high when you know what you stand for. And act on your convictions, regardless of how awful the circumstances may be. In this book, we are exploring the leadership lessons from the 70-year reign of Her Majesty the Queen, through what she did, how she did things, what we associate her with, and what we think drove her to become such a beloved person. In the words of Dame Maggie Smith, to become the best of Britain. End of chapter. Chapter 1. Staying on course. Navigating life's distractions to focus on what matters most. Imagine you're standing in front of a busy street, surrounded by cars and people rushing by in all directions. It's easy to get caught up in the fast-paced energy of the city and lose sight of what's truly important. Life can often feel this way too when we get caught up in the hype and lifestyle that surrounds us. But just as a driver needs to keep their eyes on the road and stay focused on their destination, we too must maintain our attention on what truly matters to avoid getting sidetracked by life's distractions. Her Majesty the Queen, with her humble mindset, was able to navigate life's distractions and stay on course towards what truly mattered to her. In this chapter, we explore how she led her life with purpose and belief, remained steadfast in her focus, and cultivated the conviction and courage to pursue her passions with steadfast determination. I have in sincerity pledged myself to your service, as so many of you are pledged to mine. Throughout all my life, and with all my heart, I shall strive to be worthy of your trust. Her Majesty at the Coronation in 1953. Chapter 1. Subchapter 1. The Power of Humility. Humility is normally not the first characteristic that is associated with a queen or princess. For Princess Elizabeth, her royal status was just a title and not an entitlement to superiority. From a young age, Princess Elizabeth was admired by people for her practicality and modest, down-to-earth personality, which she would maintain throughout her life. She never acted above those around her, always remaining approachable and unassuming, which earned her the love and admiration of many. This is best exemplified by her decision to use her wartime rations to pay for her wedding dress, which prompted thousands of brides-to-be to send their ration coupons to help pay for the princess's dress. Despite their generosity, Princess Elizabeth returned the coupons with a note, explaining that it was illegal to transfer coupons at the time. Through her grace, compassion, and unwavering character, Princess Elizabeth won the hearts of her nation and became a beloved figure in the history of her kingdom. One of the most remarkable moments of Princess Elizabeth's life was her decision to join the Auxiliary Territorial Service, ATS, during the Second World War. The sovereign and senior members of the royal family are intimately connected to and serve in the armed forces, as has been custom from the time when kings led their armies into combat. But, as Princess Elizabeth, the Queen was the first female member of the royal family to enlist as a full-time active member in the armed forces. She could have easily chosen to be an ambassador or a figurehead, but instead, she chose to roll up her sleeves and work alongside other women to serve her country in a time of need. Highly skilled in working on a Land Rover Defender's engine, her actions were a powerful symbol of her dedication to serving the public. When she was a car mechanic, she went there every day for training. She got her hands dirty. She relied on these useful skills throughout her life. At any age, if she did anything, she did it seriously. Her advocacy for proper training and her ability to handle mechanics demonstrated her versatility, determination, and curiosity about how things worked. A valuable lesson for anyone looking to achieve great things. Proper training is key. It allows one to accomplish a great deal. Queen Elizabeth II. Despite her reputation as a true icon of strength, grace, and dignity, Queen Elizabeth was often surprised by the outpouring of goodwill Her Majesty received from those around her. The Queen's conduct remained modest, never once allowing her elevated position to change the way she viewed herself. As the newly crowned Queen, Her Majesty was met with great fanfare and adoration from millions of people. However, instead of succumbing to fame and glory, the Queen saw it as her duty to represent the position of being Queen, and not just herself. To the Queen, it was not just a title, but a responsibility to her people and her country. The Duke of Edinburgh, her husband, confirmed that she never for a moment thought the cheering was for her. It's for the position she holds. It's for the role she fulfills. It's because she was the Queen, that's all. She knows that. Her head hasn't been turned by being Queen, not at all. She's quite normal. The Queen maintained a humble and modest demeanor, never letting the attention go to her head. This mindset only made her even more extraordinary, as her selflessness and dedication to her duties continued to inspire those around her. The things which I have here promised, I will perform and keep, so help me God. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen's Coronation Oath, 1953. The Queen's deep-rooted faith in God greatly influenced her detached, egoless mindset. Recognizing the significance of humility and personal accountability, the Queen saw herself as a servant of a higher power, rather than a ruler over others. This perspective enabled the Queen to put aside her ego and focus on what truly mattered, serving others and promoting peace and justice. In times of difficulty, the Queen found comfort and refuge in her faith, often seeking guidance and support through regular church attendance. Her Majesty's resolute commitment to her faith and values served as a shining example of the transformative power of a detached, humble mindset, inspiring countless individuals to follow in her footsteps. The Queen signed off her Platinum Jubilee message with the words, "Your servant Elizabeth R." It is a reminder of Her Majesty's deep-rooted belief, first and foremost, that she was a servant to her people, dedicated to serving them and putting their needs first. By signing her name in this way, the Queen not only reaffirmed her commitment to the nation and the Commonwealth, but also set an example for leaders around the world. The message included the phrase, "I remain eternally grateful for and humbled by the loyalty and affection that you continue to give me," further demonstrating the humility and gratitude that were a symbol of Our Majesty's reign. These values, combined with her tireless work ethic and dedication to her role as a leader, made her one of the most beloved monarchs in history, and her legacy as a servant leader will continue to inspire generations to come. I cannot lead you into battle. I do not give you laws or administer justice, but I can do something else. I can give my heart and my devotion to these old islands and to all the peoples of our brotherhood of nations. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, 1957 Christmas broadcast. The Queen never pretended to be perfect and always remained humble, understanding that no human is perfect. In 2002, Her Majesty reflected that not visiting Aberfan in South Wales immediately after the disaster on October 21, 1966, was her biggest regret. The Queen did make the trip 8 days later, and it is said that Her Majesty's presence did bring comfort and reassurance to those affected by the disaster nevertheless. Like all the best families, we have our share of eccentricities, of impetuous and wayward youngsters, and family disagreements. Queen Elizabeth II. In a world where leadership can sometimes feel distant and unconnected, Queen Elizabeth II's legacy of servant leadership stood as a powerful reminder of what is possible when we put others first. Chapter 1. Subchapter 2. Sense of Duty. I declare before you all with my whole life, whether it be long or short, I shall be devoted to your service, and to the service of our great imperial family to which we all belong. But I shall not have the strength to carry out this resolution alone unless you join in it with me, as I now invite you to do. Princess Elizabeth on her 21st birthday, the 21st of April, 1947. It would be an understatement to suggest that Princess Elizabeth's fulfillment of this promise, or the importance of Her Majesty's presence, was anything less than significant. Throughout her reign as the British monarch, dedicating her life to public service that lasted for a record-breaking 70 years. The Queen not only referred to her original oath, but also lived it through her dedicated service to the people of Great Britain and the Commonwealth until the very end of her life. In these testing times, it is my hope that you can draw strength and inspiration from what we share, as we work together towards a healthy, sustainable and prosperous future for all. Queen's 2022 Commonwealth Day message. Her Majesty was a patron to more than 600 charities and organizations, spanning a wide range of causes. To name a few, Queen Elizabeth II was the patron of the Royal College of Surgeons, the Royal College of Physicians, the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the National Literacy Trust, the National Library of Scotland, the National Library of Wales, the Royal British Legion and the Soldiers, Sailors, Airmen and Families Association, SAFA. The Queen was particularly invested in the welfare of young people, supporting organizations that focused on education and development. Furthermore, Her Majesty was a strong advocate for animal welfare, as well as a supporter of the arts and culture. Her tireless efforts and dedication had a significant impact on the lives of many, and served as a guiding light to many. To succeed in your mission, you must have single-minded devotion to your goal. Sadhguru. The Queen always had a keen awareness of the needs of the most vulnerable members of society. This was reflected in her actions, as Her Majesty was eager to support those who were less fortunate and to help them improve their lives. This was evident in her support for various charitable and philanthropic efforts, as well as her patronage of organizations that focused on improving the lives of the most vulnerable members of society. The Queen's approach of going at the pace of the slowest person in the kingdom was not only kind and compassionate, but it was also wise and strategic. By ensuring that the needs of the most vulnerable members of society were considered, Her Majesty helped create a more inclusive and equitable society, and a more resilient and sustainable society that benefited everyone. Over the years, those who have seemed to me to be the most happy, contented and fulfilled have always been the people who have lived the most outgoing and unselfish lives. Queen Elizabeth II Christmas Broadcast, 2008. Queen Elizabeth II, a true inspiration in every sense, always had a forward-looking approach to her duties and always focused on the present and the future. In her later years, the Queen dedicated herself to inspiring and empowering the youth, recognizing their potential and the importance of supporting their aspirations. Her Majesty's commitment to the next generation was evident in her efforts to engage with young people and provide them with a platform to share their ideas and perspectives. In celebration of her 60th anniversary of ascending to the throne, Her Majesty created the Queen Elizabeth Diamond Jubilee Trust with £100 million, with the goal of eliminating avoidable blindness across the Commonwealth and identifying exceptional young leaders for the future. No age group has a monopoly of wisdom, and indeed I think the young can sometimes be wiser than us. But the older I get, the more conscious I become of the difficulties young people have to face as they learn to live in the modern world. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas Broadcast 1998-90. In 2017, hundreds of young people were selected to participate in the Queen's Commonwealth Young Leaders Programme. They journeyed to London for a week of mentoring, a meeting with Queen Elizabeth, and an award ceremony, each with their own inspiring stories to share. Sir John Major, chairman of the trustees, described these young leaders as a beacon of hope in a world that was very displeased with itself. Rahat Hossain is a shining example of a young social entrepreneur from Bangladesh. He co-founded Critical Inc., an organization that is saving lives through providing life-saving training on first aid. With more than 1,000 lives saved and 3,000 volunteers trained, Rahat's impact on the world is undeniable. Joannes Yimbesalu, a Cameroonian scientist, took matters into his own hands by using his savings to start Hope for Children Cameroon, an initiative aimed at building toilets in rural schools, despite the lack of government support. Elizabeth Kite, the founder of Tonga Youth Leaders, is empowering young people to take action on causes they are passionate about and make a positive impact on their communities. Dr. Leanne Armitage, co-founder of the Armitage Foundation, was recognized for her hard work and dedication to advancing diversity in medicine with a prestigious Young Leader Award from Queen Elizabeth II in 2018. This recognition symbolizes that with hard work and determination, one can overcome challenges and achieve their dreams. The award not only acknowledged Dr. Armitage's achievements, but it also helped to increase the visibility and impact of the Armitage Foundation's mission, as she was able to connect with a wider network of individuals and organizations to spread her inspiring message. These young leaders, honored by the Queen's Commonwealth Young Leaders Programme, are only a glimpse into the limitless potential and impact that young people can have when given the chance to shine. It is only really now that we grasp how much she meant for us, how much she did for us, how much she loved us. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, September 2022. Expanding perspective. Let's explore others who share this quality with Queen Elizabeth. Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa, also known as Saint Teresa of Calcutta, was a woman who dedicated her life to helping others. She was renowned for her remarkable humility and selfless dedication to serving the poorest of the poor in India. She was born Angeze Gonshe Bojakshu in the Ottoman Empire and lost her father at the tender age of 8. She felt the call to become a missionary at the tender age of 12 and left home at 18 to join the Sisters of Loreto in Ireland, which had missions in India. In 1929, Mother Teresa arrived in India and began teaching at St. Teresa's School in Darjeeling. It was there that she became increasingly disturbed by the poverty that surrounded Calcutta. Leaving her life as a teacher, she founded the Missionaries of Charity in 1950, an order that would care for the hungry, the naked, the homeless, the crippled, the blind, the lepers, all those people who feel unwanted, unloved, uncared for throughout society, people that have become a burden to the society and are shunned by everyone. In 1952, Mother Teresa opened her first hospice with the assistance of Calcutta officials. She converted an abandoned Hindu temple into the Kalighat Home for the Dying, which was free for the poor, and renamed it Kalighat, the home of the pure heart, Nirmal Hriday. The people brought to the home received medical attention and the opportunity to die with dignity in accordance with their faith. Muslims were read the Quran, Hindus received water from the Ganges, and Catholics received extreme unction. Mother Teresa believed that a beautiful death was for people who lived like animals to die like angels, loved and wanted. She opened a hospice for those with leprosy, which she called Shantinagar, City of Peace. The Missionaries of Charity established leprosy outreach clinics throughout Calcutta, providing medication, dressings, and food. The Missionaries of Charity took in an increasing number of homeless children. In 1955, Mother Teresa opened Nirmala Shishu Bhavan, the Children's Home of the Immaculate Heart, as a haven for orphans and homeless youth. The congregation began to attract recruits and donations, and by the 1960s, it had opened hospices, orphanages, and leper houses throughout India. Mother Teresa then expanded the congregation abroad, opening a house in Venezuela in 1965 with 5 sisters. Houses followed in Italy, Rome, Tanzania, and Austria in 1968, and during the 1970s, the congregation opened houses and foundations in the United States and dozens of countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe. The Missionaries of Charity Brothers was founded in 1963, and a contemplative branch of the Sisters followed in 1976. Lay Catholics and non-Catholics were enrolled in the co-workers of Mother Teresa, the sick and suffering co-workers, and the Lay Missionaries of Charity. Responding to requests by many priests, in 1981, Mother Teresa founded the Corpus Christi movement for priests, and with Joseph Langford, founded the Missionaries of Charity Fathers in 1984, to combine the vocational aims of the Missionaries of Charity with the resources of the priesthood. By the time of her death in 1997, the Missionaries of Charity had grown to more than 4,000 sisters and operated in 120 countries. Her work continued to be an inspiration, and by 2012, her congregation had grown to more than 4,500 nuns and was active in 133 countries. Even to this day, her congregation manages homes for people who are dying of HIV, AIDS, leprosy, and tuberculosis, and runs soup kitchens, dispensaries, mobile clinics, children's and family counseling programs, as well as orphanages and schools. Members take vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, and also profess a 4th vow to give wholehearted free service to the poorest of the poor. I am only a little pencil in the hand of our Lord. He may cut or sharpen the pencil. He may write or draw whatever and whenever he wants. If the writing or drawing is good, we do not honor the pencil or the material that is used, but rather the one who used it, Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa's work was recognized by many, and she was awarded numerous honors, including the Nobel Peace Prize, Presidential Medal of Freedom, Congressional Gold Medal, and the Order of Merit from Her Majesty the Queen. Throughout her lifetime and beyond, Mother Teresa served as a shining example for countless individuals, inspiring them to dedicate their lives to serving the poor and vulnerable with compassion and selflessness. Her remarkable legacy continues to influence people around the world, reminding us all of the power of kindness and generosity in making a positive impact to the lives of others. Inspired by Mother Teresa, Queen Elizabeth once shared, "Not all of us can do great things, but we can do small things with great love." Throughout her life, Mother Teresa's dedication to serving the poor and marginalized demonstrated her selfless character and humble spirit. Bill Gates. Bill Gates, in full William Henry Gates III, is an American business magnate, investor, philanthropist and writer whose contributions spanned across the worlds of technology, philanthropy and investment. In 1975, he and Paul Allen founded Microsoft, and he was at the forefront of the microcomputer revolution of the 1970s and 1980s. They named their partnership Microsoft, a combination of microcomputer and software. Gates led the company as chairman and CEO until 2000, and his personal attention to every line of code that the company produced in its first 5 years is evidence to his meticulous and hands-on approach to business. Under Gates's leadership, Microsoft made history by striking a deal with IBM, which would catapult the small business into becoming the leading software company in the world. Gates's strategic vision and entrepreneurial acumen were crucial to this transformation. Even after stepping down as chairman of the board of Microsoft in 2014, Gates remained a technology advisor to support the newly appointed CEO Satya Nadella. Gates's philanthropic efforts are perhaps equally impressive and speak to his deep commitment to improving the world. Together with his former wife Melinda Gates, he established the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in 2000, and in 2010, he and Warren Buffett founded the Giving Pledge, where billionaires pledge to give at least half of their wealth to philanthropy. Gates and Melinda have invested in various philanthropic endeavors aimed at improving agricultural productivity in developing countries and supporting clean energy, sanitation, and water treatment projects. The COVID-19 pandemic response has been a top priority for the Gates Foundation, as it supports the development and distribution of vaccines, treatments, and diagnostic tests, as well as providing funding to help low- and middle-income countries respond to the crisis. Through their foundation, Gates and Melinda have made a profound impact on the world, saving millions of lives and improving countless others. Gates has also invested billions of dollars through his private investment company, Cascade Investment LLC, in companies across a diverse range of industries, including healthcare, energy, real estate, and more. His investments in innovative startups like Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods demonstrate his forward-thinking mindset and support for sustainable and ethical business practices. Gates is also a major shareholder in Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts and the Mexican Coke bottling company, FEMSA. Bill Gates's legacy is one of innovation, impact, and dedication to making the world a better place. His achievements across the fields of technology, philanthropy, and investment serve as a guiding light to us all. Roger Federer. Roger Federer is a legend in the world of tennis, with an incredible 20 Grand Slam titles to his name and a record-breaking 310 weeks as the world's #1 player. Federer's success story is not just about his achievements in the world of tennis, but also about his character and his commitment to making a positive impact in the world. Federer's authenticity and humility have been evident from the very beginning of his career. He never tried to be anyone other than himself, and this has made him an incredibly relatable and beloved figure to fans around the world. Even as he began to win Grand Slam titles and climb the ranks of the ATP, Federer remained gracious and grounded, always showing respect for his opponents and gratitude for his success. This humble attitude has been on display in many high-pressure situations, including during the 2009 Wimbledon final. Federer was playing against Andy Roddick in what was arguably one of the most memorable matches of all time. The two players battled it out for over 4 hours, and the match came down to a fifth-set tiebreak. Federer eventually emerged as the winner, but he was quick to give credit to his opponent, saying, "I don't know how I did it, honestly. I was hoping to play well, but I never expected this. And Andy, I really hope it's not too long until you win a Grand Slam too. You deserve it." Federer's dedication to the sport of tennis has also been a major factor in his success. He's a hard worker, putting in countless hours on the practice court and in the gym to improve his game. Even as he has got older, he's continued to adapt and evolve his playing style to stay competitive with the younger generation of players. One of the most inspiring examples of Federer's dedication came in 2016, when he was forced to take 6 months off from the sport due to a knee injury. Many people thought that this could be the end of his career, but Federer refused to give up. He worked tirelessly to recover from the injury, and when he returned to the court in early 2017, he shocked the world by winning the Australian Open, his 18th Grand Slam title. Federer's philanthropic work has been a major source of positive influence to many people around the world. Through the Roger Federer Foundation, he has made a significant impact on the lives of children in need, particularly in Africa. He has said that his work with the foundation is one of the most important things he's ever done, and it's clear that this legacy will endure many years to come. Roger Federer's inspiring story is one of authenticity, dedication, and a commitment to making a positive impact in the world. He has shown us that it's possible to be a true champion, both on and off the court, and his example will continue to inspire generations to come. Now we come to the end of the chapter. In summary, visualize yourself as a traveler on a grand adventure, with the world as your canvas and limitless possibilities ahead. At times, the path may seem set, like there is no choice but to follow it. But the truth is, you always have the power to chart your own course and explore new directions. In the same way, our professional lives are a journey, and it's up to us to shape our own destiny. Don't fall into the trap of accepting the roles that society has assigned to you. Instead, take control and become the master sculptor of your own image. Embrace your unique perspectives and experiences, and let them shine through in your gestures and actions. This is how you assert your power and create an identity that commands attention and inspires others. Even when faced with challenges or decisions that may seem out of your control, you have the power to make them your own. Approach it with your own personal stamp and show the world what you are capable of. Don't be afraid to take ownership of your life and make choices that lead to a fulfilling and meaningful existence. So, my fellow traveler, remember this always: the power of choice is in your hands. Don't let others shape your image, but instead, create a new identity that is truly your own. Embrace your journey and make every moment count. The world is waiting for you to make your mark. The world needs your unique path. Chart it fearlessly. Continuing the way. The question sometimes we ask ourselves is, how does one find their purpose? In many ways, I think that's the beauty of life. We often do not quite know how it will all fit together in the end, but we tackle the challenges as they come along. The path walked looking back all makes sense. All struggles, pains, and downs help one to grow into the next challenge. Sometimes the vision is a result of research, finding out what your passions are, soliciting opinions, combing your own imagination. Sometimes it comes to you at night, or one experience leads one to decide. What I believe is most important is to keep going. Be true to yourself in terms of what makes you happy and how you make others around you feel. Keep finding new ways to keep finding the meaning of your life. So 2 questions to ask yourself to find your vision would be: 1. What am I constantly thinking about? 2. What must be done that I know I can do and know something about, but if I don't own it, it will not get done? Each one of us possesses a unique set of skills, talents and qualities that can make an incredible impact on the world around us. But realizing our full potential takes more than just having a vision and staying the course. It takes a relentless work ethic, a determination to push ourselves to the limits and achieve excellence in everything we do. The power of a relentless work ethic can move mountains and shatter the barriers that once stood in our way. By following in the footsteps of inspiring leaders like Queen Elizabeth II, we can unlock our true potential and achieve greatness beyond our wildest dreams. Let's dive deeper in the next chapter. Chapter 2. Relentless Work Ethic. The power of relentless perseverance in achieving your goals. Imagine standing at the starting line of a grueling marathon with months of arduous training and meticulous preparation behind you. As the race begins, you are instantly hit with the brutal reality of the journey ahead. The course is hilly, the sun beats down relentlessly, and your muscles ache with a searing intensity. But this is the moment where the true champions emerge, where the indefatigable spirit of human perseverance shines brightest. It is when you must summon all your strength and push through the pain, keeping your eyes fixed firmly on the finish line and never giving up on your goal. This unyielding attitude is the key to success in all aspects of life, be it in your career, passions, or physical health. An unwavering work ethic and resolute dedication are indispensable for making progress and realizing your ambitions. In this chapter, we delve into the extraordinary work ethic of a truly remarkable individual, our gracious Queen. We will learn how Her Majesty consistently went above and beyond the call of duty, took ownership of her responsibilities, and used her position to inspire greatness in others that earned her the respect and admiration of people around the world. Through Her Majesty's example, we will discover the transformative power of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. So let us embark on this journey of exploration and discovery and be inspired by the incredible work ethic of our gracious Queen. Work is the rent you pay for the room you occupy on earth. Queen Elizabeth II. Chapter 2. Subchapter 1. The Power of Hard Work. Queen Elizabeth II holds the title of the world's second longest reigning monarch, surpassed only by King Louis XIV of France, who ascended to the throne at the tender age of 4 and reigned for more than 72 years. The Queen's reign was marked by her steadfast dedication to her roles as head of state, head of nation, head of the Commonwealth, head of the Church of England, head of the armed forces, and patron of charities. As the embodiment of continuity, stability, and national unity, the Queen took on numerous vital responsibilities and never wavered in her commitment to her duties as Queen. By the sudden death of my father, I am called to assume the duties and responsibilities of sovereignty. My heart is too full for me to say more to you today than I shall always work, as my father did throughout his reign, to advance the happiness and prosperity of my peoples, spread as they are all the world over. Queen Elizabeth II. Accepting the role as the Queen February 8, 1952. As the head of state, the Queen represented the United Kingdom on a national level and performed ceremonial duties such as the opening of Parliament. As the head of nation, Her Majesty served as a symbol of national unity and continuity. As the head of the Commonwealth, the Queen acted as a figurehead for the 56 independent countries in the Commonwealth of Nations. As the head of the Church of England, Her Majesty was the supreme governor of the Church and was responsible for its spiritual leadership. As the head of the armed forces, the Queen was the Commander-in-Chief of the British Armed Forces and held a ceremonial role in the military. Finally, as the patron of charities, Her Majesty supported and lent her name to various charitable organizations. As the head of state in the United Kingdom, Queen Elizabeth II represented the nation on official visits abroad and welcomed world leaders to the UK. Guests were typically hosted at esteemed locations such as Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, or Holyrood House in Edinburgh. In her role as head of the Church of England, the Queen appointed archbishops and bishops on the advice of the Prime Minister. As head of the Commonwealth, the Queen embodied a free association of equals and provided continuity, dignity, and calm to the organization. During Her Majesty's reign, she expanded the membership from 7 to 56 nations. The Queen was also the head of the armed forces and was the only person who could declare that the country was at war with the advice of the government. In her government duties, the Queen received red boxes every day, which Her Majesty read and discussed with the Prime Minister during weekly meetings. Her Majesty's officials have noted that the Queen always had these read by 8 a.m. every morning throughout her 70 years of service. The Queen represented the nation in times of great celebration and sorrow, hosting at least 3 garden parties at Buckingham Palace each year and visiting hospitals, schools, factories, organizations and charities throughout the country. Her Majesty was the patron of more than 600 organizations, representing a wide range of causes, from charities and military associations to professional bodies and public service organizations. The Queen saw a deeply patriotic need to put her people first, and her ubiquity in attending events reflected her duty to endorse and embrace others who shared a sense of duty to the community. By the time of her passing, the Queen had carried out more than 21,000 royal engagements. In addition to her official responsibilities, Queen Elizabeth II also left a lasting impact on the cultural and social landscape of the United Kingdom through her relentless work ethic and commitment to various causes. She supported the arts, encouraging the development of young artists, musicians, and actors. She also had a keen interest in fashion and was known for her stylish and elegant wardrobe, including her world-renowned hat collection. Her Majesty's reign also saw significant changes in the country, including the decline of the British Empire and the rise of the welfare state. The Queen adapted to these changes and played a vital role in maintaining stability and continuity during a period of great social and political upheaval, all through her relentless work ethic and commitment. She has a huge fund of stories and history to draw upon. The accumulated amount of experience and knowledge is immense and very valuable for whoever is Prime Minister. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair. There have been numerous occasions when people have been astonished to see how much the Queen remembers. In 2003, on a visit to Nigeria, the Queen's notes reminded her that during Her Majesty's last visit in 1957, she was handed flowers by a 9-year-old princess, and that same princess was to be representing in 2003. The young leaders who met in 2017 from the Commonwealth were all very impressed with how much the Queen remembered their countries and her visits to their countries. All have been struck by the fact that the Queen has such vivid memories of their countries. She is a tireless worker. When you are Prime Minister, you work horrendous hours, but you are elected to do that. When your time is over, it really is over. It's different for the Queen. It's a lifetime of dedication. It's a lifetime of service. Former Prime Minister of New Zealand, Sir John Key. Chapter 2, Subchapter 2. Consistency counts. One of the reasons why people admired the Queen so much was her consistency. Whenever Her Majesty spoke in public, you saw a photo of her or saw her on the street. The Queen was impeccable. You saw exactly what you expected to see, an unwavering leader who knew her duties well. The Queen's example is one that every leader can learn from. A source of strength and inspiration, not only for the people of Britain, but for millions of people around the world. The United States is extremely grateful for her steady and energetic leadership. Former President of the United States Barack Obama on Her Majesty's 90th birthday. Even when the Queen was in her advanced years, she was renowned for continuing consistently as the monarch. At the age of 89 in 2015, the Queen took on an incredible 341 engagements, including 35 overseas commitments. The following year, at the age of 90, Her Majesty became Great Britain's longest reigning monarch, and yet the Queen still undertook the same number of engagements. At the age of 93 in 2019, Her Majesty attended 295 events, averaging 5 to 6 each week. Even amid the COVID-19 pandemic, Her Majesty's work ethic never faltered. The Queen undertook Zoom engagements and continued to work despite the unprecedented challenges. In fact, the Queen carried out 118 of her 192 engagements virtually in 2021, recognizing the importance of following safety protocols to protect her well-wishers. Even after the loss of her husband, Prince Philip, whom the Queen was married to for more than 70 years, Her Majesty returned to her royal duties a mere 4 days later, at the age of 95. Her unhesitating commitment and consistency to her duties continued until the end, with Her Majesty completing an astonishing 201 official engagements in her final year at the age of 96. Through her incredible resilience and dedication to her duties, Queen Elizabeth II demonstrated the power of consistency in a leader. Her example shows that, no matter the challenges we face, by remaining steadfast and unwavering in our commitment to our duties, we can achieve great things and inspire those around us. In times when nothing stood, but worsened or grew strange, there was one constant good. She did not change. Poet Philip Larkin. Chapter 2, Subchapter 3. Inspiring others around you. To be inspirational, you don't have to save lives or win medals. I often draw strength from meeting ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Volunteers, carers, community organizers, and good neighbors, unsung heroes whose quiet dedication makes them special. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II in 2016. Queen Elizabeth II, throughout her 70-year reign as monarch, saw it as her duty to give out awards and honors rather than receiving them. The Queen held the sole right to confer titles of honor on deserving individuals from all walks of life, in public recognition for their exceptional contributions to the country, outstanding service to their community, or bravery in military service. Throughout her reign, the Queen spent her time witnessing the achievements of individuals and organizations, shaking hands with them, and personally presenting awards. Her Majesty was often present at ceremonies for school children singing and performing, as well as for individuals receiving knighthoods for their world-changing achievements. The Queen's role in conferring awards and honors serves as a reminder of the importance of recognizing and rewarding the efforts of those who contribute to society. Her actions not only acknowledged the achievements of individuals, but they also served as an inspiration for others to strive for excellence and make a positive impact in their own way. The most well-known honors are probably Commander of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, CBE, Officer of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, OBE, and Member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, MBE. Furthermore, there is a whole range of other honors that the Queen awarded in addition to these, including the Order of Merit for the Commonwealth Realms, recognizing distinguished service in the armed forces, science, art, literature, or for the promotion of culture. The Order of St. Michael and St. George, presently awarded to men and women who hold high office or who render extraordinary or important non-military service to the United Kingdom in a foreign country, and can also be conferred for important or loyal service in relation to foreign and Commonwealth affairs. For acts of bravery, there are a range of medals ranging from the Victoria Cross, bravery while in the presence of an enemy such as on the battlefield, George Cross, recognizing exceptional bravery not in the presence of an enemy including bomb disposal, or Elizabeth Cross, to recognize families of members of armed forces who died in an act of terrorism or military operation. People receive honors during a ceremony called an investiture. The Cabinet Office decides who receives an award after receiving nominations from the public for persons they feel deserve one. In the course of her reign, Her Majesty presented more than 400,000 honors and awards. Further, like Alfred Nobel, the Queen created a prize of global preeminence in 2013, in one field that Nobel himself overlooked in 1895. Queen Elizabeth's Prize for Engineering, recognizing groundbreaking innovation that has a major impact on humanity, provided a check of £1 million. These awards encourage bravery, charitable work, innovation, exceptional work, and they tremendously uplift the spirits in society. Her speech during the coronavirus pandemic was just what people needed to hear in those moments of collective vulnerability. The Queen also added in her address, "We'll meet again," referencing a quite justified popular phrase reminding people of being reunited after the Second World War victory. Her reference to the lyric made famous by Dame Vera Lynn combines the inspiration, history, wisdom, and confidence people very much wanted to hear. We should take comfort that, while we may have more still to endure, better days will return. We will be with our friends again. We will be with our families again. We will meet again. Queen Elizabeth II, addressing the British people during the pandemic in 2020. Her Majesty's mission in life and purpose was to serve her people, inspire them. Every time the Queen spoke, she shared a collective mission that everyone could identify with. This common identity created a sense of community that conveyed optimism and unity. The symbolic value of leadership lies in this inclusive language. Her Majesty the Queen. Elizabeth II had a strong sense of what it was she was doing, why she was doing it, and her hope and faith kept her going even in the hardest of times. She continued her duty and service throughout all her life until the day she left us. Expanding perspective. Let's explore others who share this quality with Queen Elizabeth. Anthony Robbins. Anthony Robbins was just a young man with a big dream, growing up in poverty and facing numerous challenges in his childhood. Despite the odds against him, he never gave up on his pursuit of success and happiness. He was determined to make a positive impact in the world and to help others do the same. Years of hard work and dedication paid off when Tony's teachings and methods began to catch on. People from all walks of life were drawn to his message of hope and empowerment, and soon he was known as one of the most influential figures in the personal development industry. Tony's books, such as Awaken the Giant Within and Unlimited Power, became bestsellers, and his seminars and workshops were always packed with eager individuals looking to make positive changes in their lives. Through his teachings, Tony helped countless people identify and overcome limiting beliefs, develop a strong sense of self-worth and purpose, and take action towards achieving their goals. But Tony's impact didn't stop there. He also established the Tony Robbins Foundation, which was dedicated to improving the quality of life for children and families in need. The foundation provided food, shelter, and education to those who were struggling, and had a profound impact on the lives of countless individuals. Tony's story is a tribute to the power of determination, hard work, and the desire to make a difference in the world. He may have started out as just a young man with a big dream, but today he is known as a true inspiration and a beacon of hope for millions of people around the globe. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's legendary work ethic and dedication to his craft have made him one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He spent countless hours practicing and perfecting his skills, always striving to improve and pushing himself to his limits. Jordan's consistency in his training and approach to the game is a proof to his incredible work ethic. Despite his incredible natural talent, Jordan never relied solely on his abilities. He understood that consistent hard work was the key to achieving greatness. He famously spent hours in the gym and on the court, perfecting his shots and developing his agility. He was known for his rigorous training regime, and he always held himself to the highest standards. Jordan's consistency extended beyond the court as well. He was a devoted family man and a successful businessman, consistently striving to improve and succeed in all aspects of his life. He once said, "I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life, and that is why I succeed." Jordan's resilience and consistency have made him an inspiration to countless people around the world. His dedication to his craft, his commitment to excellence, and his intense work ethic are qualities that we can all strive to emulate. Whether on the court or in life, consistency and hard work are the keys to success. Elon Musk. In the 1990s, before becoming a successful entrepreneur, Elon Musk struggled financially and had to sleep at his office while he was starting his first company. In a 2014 commencement speech at the University of Southern California, Musk shared that instead of getting an apartment, he and his brother rented a small office and slept on the couch. They also showered at the YMCA and had only one computer. He worked 7 days a week all the time, and his girlfriend at that time also had to sleep in the office with him. He shared this story to emphasize the importance of working extremely hard and making sacrifices to achieve one's goals. Elon Musk's work ethic is well known and is considered one of the key factors in his success. He is known for his ability to work long hours and maintain a laser-like focus on his projects. He has been quoted as saying, "Work hard every waking hour. And if you do the simple math and say if somebody else is working 50 hours a week and you're working 100, you'll get twice as much done in the course of a year as the other company." This mentality of working harder than others and pushing oneself to the limit is evident in his approach to work and has been a driving force behind his many successes. Musk's journey serves as an inspiring reminder that success does not come easy, and it requires hard work, determination, and a willingness to make sacrifices. His story is a testimony to the power of grit and perseverance, and it encourages us to push ourselves to our limits and beyond. Now we come to the end of the chapter. What to remember? A relentless work ethic pushes you forward to be the best you can be every day, no matter how difficult the road ahead may seem. It requires being proactive, pushing yourself beyond your limits, and refusing to settle for anything less than excellence. It means striving to exceed your perceived capabilities and never giving up on your goals, even when faced with obstacles and setbacks. While achieving a relentless work ethic may not be easy, the key is to never give up. But we must also remember that our success is not just about us. By thinking about others and finding ways to help them, we automatically create a positive impact on those around us. Whether it's through financial assistance, volunteering, or simply small acts of kindness, we can help to lift people up and make a difference in their lives. So let us strive for greatness with a relentless work ethic, while also remembering to lift others up and create a positive environment for everyone around us. True champions never give up, but they also never forget the importance of compassion, kindness, and empathy. By following in the footsteps of our gracious Queen and others who have achieved greatness through hard work and dedication, we too can become champions in our own right. Relentlessly pursue excellence until it becomes a habit, not an achievement. Continuing the way. One of the biggest questions people have when it comes to maintaining a relentless work ethic is how do I avoid burnout? While the desire to succeed and push oneself to the limit is understandable, it's important to realize when it's necessary to take a step back and rest. Striking a balance between work demands and self-care, rest and relaxation is essential to avoid burnout and achieve success in the long run. People often wonder how to strike this balance effectively, as well as how to maintain motivation and focus on the face of setbacks and challenges. Learning how to cultivate resilience, motivation, and a positive mindset is key to staying committed to one's goals and maintaining a relentless work ethic over the long haul. We will explore the strategies how our Queen maintained relentless work ethic for more than 70 years, staying in the spotlight in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Take a break. Recharge your mind and body. Imagine yourself walking a tightrope, suspended high above the ground. On one end is your personal life, and on the other end, your professional responsibilities. You must walk the tightrope with precision, ensuring that neither side becomes too heavy or neglected, or risk losing your balance and falling. In today's fast-paced world, finding a balance between personal and professional responsibilities can be a daunting task. It's easy to get caught up in the demands of work, neglecting our personal lives and well-being. However, taking a break and finding harmony between the two is essential for long-term success and happiness. In this chapter, we will look to the example set by our beloved Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who managed an extremely busy professional and personal life for more than 70 years of active public service, all while taking care of her personal needs as well. Through the many changes I have seen over the years, faith, family, and friendship have been not only a constant for me, but a source of personal comfort and reassurance. Queen Elizabeth II Christmas Broadcast, 2021. Chapter 3, Subchapter 1. Balancing personal and professional responsibilities. The Queen, a master at balancing her personal and professional life, prioritized her duties towards her people and family. To achieve this, Her Majesty relied on careful scheduling, regularly reviewing her plans with advisors to ensure effective time management. An outline of the Queen's diary was planned 18 months in advance, with detailed plans for the next 6 months. In addition to her keen sense of delegation, the Queen understood the importance of family and made time for her loved ones, even if it meant putting official duties on hold. The Queen had other working royals, trusted advisors and aides to manage her calendar, providing relevant information and helping her prepare for her engagements. Her busy and meticulously planned schedule included time for her family, her equine pursuits, visiting the Sandringham stud farm to inspect her mares and stallions at the start of the breeding season in each new year, followed by additional visits in April and July to observe the foals produced in the previous season's mating, were of equal importance to the Queen. With 8 grandchildren and 12 great-grandchildren born to her 4 children. Her interactions with her grandkids and her support of William and Harry following the tragic passing of Princess Diana highlighted her priorities. Her grandchildren have spoken candidly about her sense of humor and how the Queen was no different than any other grandma. As with Queen Victoria, the Queen's marriage, sanctified by God, was the most important relationship of her life. It all started on July 9, 1947. The royal court echoed with a declaration of love as the King and Queen announced the betrothal of their beloved daughter, Princess Elizabeth, to Lieutenant Philip Mountbatten, RN. The King and Queen were delighted to give their consent to the union, expressing great joy and excitement. Prince Philip designed a beautiful engagement ring for Princess Elizabeth, crafted from pure platinum and adorned with diamonds from a tiara once belonging to Philip's mother, symbolizing the love and legacy he brought to their union. Their love story was one of devotion and loyalty. At their Golden Jubilee, the Queen described Prince Philip as my strength and stay all these years. He played an essential role in her life, being the only person who was candid in sharing his feelings when things were not going in the right direction. Despite their differences, he wore the trousers at Buckingham Palace, saying what he thought. After their wedding, the Princess and Prince Philip went on a trip to Malta, where she did normal things like going to the hairdresser and driving a car, enjoying these experiences. After becoming the Queen every year in September, she invited the Prime Minister at the time to Balmoral Castle for a weekend where Prince Philip and the Queen prepared and served food. The Queen shared that Prince Philip's mischievous, inquiring twinkle was as bright at the end as when I first set eyes on him during the Christmas broadcast after his death. Despite his passing in 2021, just 2 months before his 100th birthday, and after 73 years of marriage, the Queen did not give way to grief, instead expressing gratitude to have a job to get on with. Grief is the price we pay for love. Queen Elizabeth II. Her Majesty's remarkable ability to balance competing demands and maintain harmony between personal and professional responsibilities made her an inspiration to all who knew her. The Queen's life served as an example of what can be achieved through hard work, dedication, and careful planning. If the Queen of England could carve out time to show her love and care for her family, then we too can strike a balance between jobs, relationships, and family. Chapter 3, Subchapter 2. Take time for pleasure. Grandpa England, King George V, fostered in Princess Elizabeth a lifelong love of horses, taking her to see best animals on Sunday afternoons at Sandringham and even playing horsey with her. As an adult, despite Her Majesty's busy schedule, Queen Elizabeth II understood the importance of taking time for pleasure and hobbies. Her love for horses, gardening, and her dogs made her truly happy, and despite her packed schedule, the Queen made sure to enjoy all her hobbies. Her former stud manager, Sir Oswald, explained that the Queen only had 6 days ring-fenced every year, which were the 5 days of Royal Ascot and Derby Day at Epsom. Horseback riding was one of her favourite leisure activities, and she was often seen riding her beloved horses at her residence in Windsor. The Queen had a particular fondness for the beauty of the natural world, including the wild birds, flowers, and animals she encountered during her rides. Interestingly, she famously refused to wear a hard hat for protection, opting instead for her trademark scarf. Her stud groom at Windsor described the horses as essential for Her Majesty's recreation, exercise, and fresh air, and she enjoyed riding in all seasons. During her first private visit to the United States in 1984, Queen Elizabeth II made it a priority to immerse herself in the world of horses and stud farming. The Queen's passion for equine activities and stud breeding is well known, and she became a renowned figure in the equestrian world. Her Majesty's horses consistently won numerous awards over the years, thanks to the exceptional care and attention given to their breeding and training. There is no one in the country, perhaps in the industry worldwide, who has bred more crops of foals. John Warren, Queen's racing manager. The Queen's love for horses was not just a recreational hobby. It was a significant aspect of her life that she had dedicated time and resources to over the years. Her love for dogs was also evident, as she was a breeder of corgis and dorgis, a cross between a dachshund and a Welsh corgi, owning more than 30 corgis throughout her life. Apart from her love for animals, the Queen also enjoyed reading and spending time outdoors, particularly at Balmoral Castle, where she went for long walks in the Scottish countryside. She was also a talented photographer and had been known to take photographs during her travels and of her family. By pursuing her passions and interests, the Queen was able to recharge and rejuvenate, allowing her to continue her public service with renewed energy and enthusiasm. The Queen's example is a reminder to all of us to make time for the things that bring us joy and to take care of ourselves both physically and mentally. Expanding perspective. Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett, the American business magnate, investor, and philanthropist, is not just known for his immense wealth, but also his exceptional ability to balance his personal and professional life with great success. Despite his busy schedule, Buffett prioritizes both his family and business ventures. He spends a large part of his day reading and thinking, but makes sure to schedule specific times for other activities, including spending time with his family. His investment in relationships, especially with his loved ones, is vital to achieving balance and success in both his personal and professional life. Buffett is an avid ukulele player, which he learned in an attempt to capture the attention of a young woman he had a crush on. Though unsuccessful in winning her over, his music interest became a key part of his becoming a part of Susan Thompson's life and led to their marriage. Buffett often plays the instrument at stockholder meetings and other opportunities. He is also an avid bridge player, which he plays with fellow fan Bill Gates. Despite his immense wealth, Buffett's dedication to simplicity is another key aspect of his successful balancing act. He still lives in the same house he bought in Omaha, Nebraska over 60 years ago, and drives an old car. He believes that a simple lifestyle helps him stay grounded and focused. Buffett believes that setting priorities is crucial to achieving balance and success. He emphasizes the need to determine what is truly important in life and then to focus on those things. For him, this has meant putting his family and personal values first, even above his successful business ventures. He is also an avid Nebraska football fan and attends as many games as his schedule permits. By staying organized, living simply, investing in relationships and setting priorities, Buffett has managed to build an incredibly successful business career while maintaining strong connections with his family. His example reminds us that we can achieve balance in our personal and professional lives by prioritizing what is truly important and investing in the relationships that matter to us. Bridge is such a sensational game that I wouldn't mind being in jail if I had 3 cellmates who were decent players and who were willing to keep the game going 24 hours a day. Warren Buffett on bridge. Now we come to the end of the chapter. What to remember? In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in the never-ending demands of work and personal pursuits. We often find ourselves struggling to maintain a balance between the two, feeling overwhelmed and burnt out. Just like a skilled juggler must keep their eyes on all the balls in the air to keep them from falling, a person striving for balance must also be attentive to all their responsibilities. When we juggle, we try to keep all the balls in the air without letting any drop. Similarly, in life, we need to find ways to balance our personal and professional responsibilities to ensure that we can meet the demands of both. Neglecting one area can have negative consequences on the other, much like a dropped ball in juggling can disrupt the entire flow of the routine. Remember, taking time for ourselves is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Whether it's taking up a hobby or keeping fit, finding ways to recharge is essential for our overall health and happiness. The key is to strike a balance between our work and personal lives, ensuring that we give equal attention to both. So let's take a leaf out of Queen Elizabeth II's book and make time for the things that bring us joy. In the pursuit of happiness, balance is the secret ingredient. Continuing the way. So how do we consistently achieve this balance? The key lies in setting boundaries and establishing routines in both our personal and professional lives. Communication is crucial, clearly expressing our priorities and schedules with colleagues, employees, and loved ones to help avoid any misunderstandings, conflicts, and unnecessary stress. At times, this would involve learning to say no. Balancing personal and professional responsibilities is a challenging task, but it is one that we can master with practice and intention. By prioritizing our time and energy, communicating effectively, and setting clear boundaries, we can achieve a sense of balance in our lives. Ultimately, this balance would allow us to live a more fulfilling and joyful life, while also being successful in our work and personal pursuits. So let's make the conscious effort to prioritize self-care, set boundaries, and maintain balance in all aspects of our lives. End of chapter. Chapter 4, Pursuit of Perfection. Set high standards for excellence. Just as a master chef needs to prepare and plan meticulously for a bustling evening in the kitchen, and a musician must practice and perfect their craft before stepping on stage, a successful leader must be well prepared and knowledgeable to meet the demands of their role. It's not just about meeting a standard, it's about striving for greatness and pushing beyond what is considered good enough. Just as a butterfly must break free from its cocoon to soar to new heights, we too must break free from our comfort zones and challenge ourselves to be the best versions of ourselves. This pursuit of perfection requires more than just hard work. It's a mindset that we must embrace with passion and determination. Imagine a sculptor, tirelessly chiseling away at a block of marble until it transforms into a masterpiece. This is the kind of dedication that we must embody in all that we do. In this chapter, we delve into the life of Queen Elizabeth II, who left an indelible mark on the world with her attention to detail and unwavering commitment to staying ahead of the curve, uncovering the secrets behind her success. I think that's the single best piece of advice. Constantly think about how you could be doing things better and questioning yourself. Elon Musk. Chapter 4, Sub-Chapter 1. Masterful organization and preparation. From her meticulous preparation during a deadly war to her impeccably planned coronation and funeral, Queen Elizabeth II served as an example of unwavering dedication and attention to detail. During the Second World War, the Princess Elizabeth demonstrated her conscientiousness by practicing daily with her gas mask and thoroughly cleaning its eyepiece each evening. Weeks before her coronation, the Queen rehearsed every line and step of the service and even practiced walking with weighted sheets tied to her shoulders to simulate the weight of her heavy robes of state. Even in her later years, the Queen continued to prepare diligently by wearing the imperial state crown for weeks before the state opening of Parliament, ensuring that it fit perfectly on her head. This level of preparation and attention to detail not only kept her safe during the war, but also allowed her to approach every significant event with confidence and grace. The Queen is the only person who can put on a tiara with one hand while walking down the stairs. Princess Margaret. Even planning her own funeral was a meticulous affair, with guest lists, flower arrangements, and hymns selected years in advance with her input. This level of organization and foresight allowed her to focus on the task at hand without worrying about logistics or accuracy. The importance of doing things right was a lesson the Queen practiced throughout her life, with a keen eye for discrepancies or inaccuracies in everything from uniforms to table settings. I think if you're going to wear a uniform, you should wear it properly. It's important to get the details right. Queen Elizabeth II. Whenever the Queen was going to meet someone, Her Majesty was thoroughly briefed on their background, including what to speak about and what not to speak about. Before any tour, the Queen always enjoyed reading the briefing notes and the topics to be avoided. This approach not only showed respect for the person the Queen was speaking to, but it also demonstrated the value of being knowledgeable and informed. The Queen used this as a magic wand to navigate the complex world of diplomacy and to earn the respect of leaders from all over the world. By being well-informed and knowledgeable about the people and issues the Queen was dealing with, Her Majesty was able to make informed decisions and navigate complex situations with ease while building strong relationships on the international stage. One example of this was her knowledge of the scores of the games Roger Federer was playing just before he met her. Roger Federer later shared how impressed he was to know that Her Majesty took the time to familiarize herself with what he had achieved. We spent an hour together talking about the London Olympics. She knew about my scores. She was very relaxed. It was a pleasure talking to her. Roger Federer in 2010. Likewise, the Queen impressed many people she met during her time, demonstrating her attention to detail and willingness to go the extra mile to make others feel comfortable. Another example was Her Majesty's approach to her weekly meetings with Prime Ministers. She was known to be thoroughly prepared for these meetings and to have had a deep understanding of the issues at hand. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair once shared, "One of the most remarkable things the Queen used to do sometimes was to share what she thought Churchill would have done about a certain issue. Such wisdom always served our nation and the leaders the Queen worked with to navigate complex situations with ease." Her Majesty, the Queen, had a mischievous side to her as well. One of her favorite games was to catch out the Prime Minister, which involved her meticulously preparing for weekly meetings with the Prime Minister and surprising him with an aspect of government news that he had not noticed. This light-hearted competition served as a reminder that healthy competition can drive a team forward and help them achieve greater heights. It is essential to take some time to enjoy friendly competition and have a good laugh, even amidst the most challenging and demanding tasks. Queen Elizabeth II was not just our Queen, but a dedicated servant who took everything Her Majesty did seriously and executed it flawlessly. Her commitment to serving others extended beyond her duties as a monarch, including training as a truck mechanic during the Second World War and representing her nation until her last days at the age of 96. Her life and work serve as a reminder for us of the importance of preparation, attention to detail, and dedication to excellence in all that we do. Chapter 4, Subchapter 2. Fuel your curiosity. The Queen had an extremely advanced knowledge of finer points of the Constitution. When Her Majesty was dealing with extremely intelligent, knowledgeable politicians and individuals, the Queen was not only prepared, but also was inquisitive. The Queen showed a genuine interest in understanding the world around her, and her curious mind led her to constantly ask questions and seek knowledge. One of the most inspiring things about the Queen's inquisitive nature was her ability to listen. The Queen didn't just ask questions for the sake of asking them. She truly listened to the answers and sought to understand the perspectives of others. This was a valuable lesson for leaders everywhere, as it highlighted the importance of active listening and the benefits it could bring to any situation. Some of the best examples of the Queen's inquisitive nature could be seen in Her Majesty's encounters with people from all walks of life. During a visit to a coal mine, for example, the Queen asked the workers many questions about their work and showed a genuine interest in understanding their daily routines and the challenges they faced. Her ability to connect with these workers and empathize with their experiences was a tribute to her inquisitive nature and a quality that made her a beloved figure among the British people. Another example of the Queen's inquisitive nature could be seen in her interest in modern technologies. Despite being born in an era when technological advancements were not as prevalent as they are today, the Queen demonstrated a keen interest in staying up to date with the latest trends and developments in technology. Her Majesty was known to ask her staff about the latest gadgets and devices, and was even seen using an iPad to stay connected and informed towards the last years. In addition to her interest in technology, the Queen also demonstrated a deep knowledge of politics and government. Her understanding of these complex topics allowed her to provide valuable insights and advice to those in positions of power and helped her be an effective diplomatic leader. Her Majesty's legacy continues to teach us the importance of using our positions to make a positive impact and to follow the principle of Gandhi's famous words, "We but mirror the world." All the tendencies present in the outer world are to be found in the world of our body. If we could change ourselves, the tendencies in the world would also change. The Queen respected people of all walks of life, and in return, everyone respected her. She reads a lot and she knows a lot. If you want to discuss the sale catalogue, you should do your homework, because she'll know who a horse's great-great-grandmother was. Sir Michael Oswald sharing on Her Majesty's knowledge on horses. Expanding perspective. Steve Jobs. Stephen Paul Jobs was not just an American entrepreneur, business magnate, industrial designer, media proprietor, and investor. He was a visionary who brought about a revolution in the world of personal computers in the 1970s and 1980s. He co-founded Apple and later became its chairman and CEO, along with serving as the chairman and majority shareholder of Pixar and founder, chairman, and CEO of Next. Jobs' return to Apple in 1997 as CEO was a turning point for the company, which was on the brink of bankruptcy. He was responsible for reviving Apple and leading it to become one of the most valuable companies in the world. What set Jobs apart from others was his attention to detail and organizational skills. His perfectionism and ability to think through every aspect of a product, from its design to its packaging, led to Apple's success. Jobs' ability to anticipate the needs of consumers and create products that were intuitive and user-friendly also contributed to the company's success. He was famously quoted as saying, "Details matter. It's worth waiting to get it right." His ability to focus on the smallest details and organize everything perfectly is a testimony to how much of a difference attention to detail can make. Jobs and Apple's head designer Jony Ive understood the value of packaging and believed in creating a ritual of unpacking to make the product feel special. They put in thousands of hours perfecting the package, with the design employee spending months opening up hundreds of prototypes to nail the experience. Jobs and Ive paid attention to every small detail, right down to the sound of the packaging and the creation of air pockets, all to create a brief pause and anticipation before the product is revealed. Their dedication to creating a luxurious and unique experience is one of the reasons why Apple's products have become so beloved by consumers. Cristiano Ronaldo. Cristiano Ronaldo is not just a football player. He is a symbol of relentless dedication to perfection and the ultimate embodiment of the extra-mile mentality. Widely regarded as one of the greatest football players of his generation, Ronaldo's unwavering commitment to improvement sets him apart from his peers. He's driven by a desire to be the best, always analyzing his own game and studying his opponents to develop strategies to improve his performance. Ronaldo's relentless work ethic is evident in his rigorous workout routine, strict diet, and constant pursuit of self-improvement. He pushes himself to new heights, both physically and mentally, consistently going above and beyond to achieve his goals. He seeks out the advice of coaches and experts and is never satisfied with his current level of performance. His dedication to his craft is a testament to the power of hard work and perseverance, and serves as an inspiration to all those striving to achieve greatness. Ronaldo's work ethic and elite body conditioning are unmatched within the game, and it is his focus and dedication that has kept him at the top of his game for so long. He has developed a muscular body type that allows him to retain possession of the ball under pressure, and strong legs that enable an outstanding jumping ability. These attributes allow him to function as a target man and make him an aerial goal threat in the penalty area. Cristiano Ronaldo's dedication to perfection, relentless work ethic, and the extra-mile mentality are major factors in his success. He embodies the idea that hard work pays off and that it takes discipline and perseverance to achieve greatness. Ronaldo's unwavering commitment to improvement serves as an inspiration to athletes and non-athletes alike, showing that with dedication and hard work, anything is possible. The people who know me know I'm always on the lookout for improvement. I try to be the best professional in my job. But sometimes it's not possible to be the best, because we are human beings, we are not machines. Cristiano Ronaldo. Mr. Beast. Born in 1998, Jimmy Donaldson, American YouTuber and philanthropist, is taking the world by storm with his epic YouTube videos that showcase expensive stunts like you've never seen before. With over 130 million subscribers as of January 2023, He's not only one of the most subscribed YouTube channels in the world, but also the richest YouTuber, with over $20 million in annual income. But what really sets Mr. Beast apart from the rest is his relentless pursuit of excellence. He doesn't just create videos, he creates high-effort content that exceeds viewer expectations and leaves them begging for more. And he's not afraid to hyper-obsess over every detail, to make sure each video is the best it can possibly be, even if it means sacrificing time and money. And here's the thing, he didn't get to where he is today by luck. No, Mr. Beast worked hard for every single one of his 130 million subscribers. In fact, in the early days of his YouTube journey, he spent thousands of days with 4 other YouTubers, studying what makes a good video, thumbnail, and pacing to go viral. He understands that having a supportive and honest friend group that helps one improve and learn from mistakes is crucial to success. But despite his intense work ethic and pursuit of excellence, Mr. Beast never forgets to have fun and enjoy what he does. He knows that avoiding burnout is essential, and he's motivated by the fact that he's now able to support his family, employ his friends, and help others through his YouTube platform. At only 24 years old, Mr. Beast is still at the beginning of his journey, and we can't wait to see where this aspiring young adventurer takes his followers next. Keep your eyes peeled for more epic stunts and incredible content from the one and only Mr. Beast. What to remember? In both personal and professional life, meticulous planning and foresight are like a sharp sword that's essential for victory in battle. It shows respect for the people we're dealing with and enables us to communicate our vision effectively, make informed decisions, and navigate complex situations with ease. So whether you're preparing for a job interview, a business meeting, or a first date, taking the time to be well prepared and knowledgeable can have a positive impact on your life, just like a sword can have on a battlefield. Like a gardener tending to their plants, pruning away dead leaves and nurturing the soil to cultivate a beautiful garden, we too must cultivate our own personal growth. With attention to detail and a commitment to excellence, we can remove the weeds of self-doubt and fear, nurturing the seeds of confidence and success. Dedication to the pursuit of perfection, never settling for good enough, is key to success in all aspects of life. Each challenge we face is an opportunity to water the soil of our potential, allowing ourselves to bloom and flourish like a beautiful garden that provides nourishment and beauty for years to come. By taking the time to cultivate our own personal growth, we can reap the rewards of success and fulfillment in all aspects of our lives. So, let us embrace this journey with fervor and dedication, planting the seeds of greatness and watching them grow into something truly magnificent. Success blooms from the seeds of meticulous planning. Let's continue. Yes, it's admirable to pursue perfection and strive for excellence in everything we do. But the truth is that things don't always go according to plan. That's when we are truly put to the test. How do we respond when we face unexpected challenges or setbacks? Do we give up and throw in the towel, or do we rise to the occasion and find a way to overcome the obstacles in our path? In the next chapter, we will explore this crucial question in more detail, delving into the strategies and mindsets that allow us to stay resilient and adaptable in the face of adversity. Drawing on the wisdom of some of the world's most successful and inspiring leaders, we will uncover the secrets to bouncing back from failure, finding new opportunities in the midst of chaos, and ultimately emerging stronger and more successful than ever before. So, if you're ready to learn how to handle life's curveballs with grace and resilience, then join me in the next chapter and discover the power of embracing the unexpected. End of chapter. Chapter 5. From Adversity to Strength. Stay calm and carry on. Think of a time when you were a child and you fell from your bike, but you got back up and tried again. It was your determination and resilience that kept you going. Similarly, our Queen Elizabeth II had her fair share of challenges throughout her reign, but the Queen always displayed remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. From the war-torn era of Her Majesty's youth to the various personal and public crises she faced as the monarch, the Queen always showed a remarkable ability to bounce back and continue leading with grace and dignity. In this chapter, we will explore the ways in which the Queen built and maintained her resilience, Her Majesty's coping mechanisms, how her support network helped Her Majesty, and what we can learn from Her Majesty's example to overcome the challenges we face in our own lives. Attitude and upbringing play a significant role in building resilience, and Queen Elizabeth II was a great example of how a positive mindset can help us overcome even the toughest of challenges. Whatever life throws at us, our individual responses will be all the stronger for working together and sharing the load. Queen Elizabeth II at the Queen's Ireland State Banquet in 2011. Chapter 5. Subchapter 1. Resilience in Adversity. One of the first incidents that tested the Queen's resilience, commitment to upholding the traditions and reputation of the monarchy, and matters of the heart, was Princess Margaret and Peter Townsend. In 1953, Margaret fell in love with Peter Townsend, a Royal Air Force officer who had served as her father's equerry. However, the relationship was complicated by the fact that Townsend was divorced, which at the time was seen as scandalous in royal circles. Margaret was given the option to marry him, but she would have to give up her title and perks. She was unwilling to give up her royal status and lifestyle for him, and the Queen had to navigate the situation carefully to avoid damaging the reputation of the royal family. The Queen demonstrated her resilience by handling the situation with grace and diplomacy, ultimately ensuring that Margaret did not marry Townsend, but was still able to live a fulfilling life within the royal family. 1992 was widely regarded as one of the most challenging years for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. The year brought with it a series of personal and public difficulties, including a devastating fire at Windsor Castle, the separations and divorces of her children, and public debates over royal finances. Despite these setbacks, Queen Elizabeth did not shy away from the challenges. Instead, the Queen faced them head-on, acknowledging them in a speech where she referred to the year as annus horribilis. Her Majesty's candidness and her ability to recover quickly from adversity, combined with her stoicism, endeared her even more to the public, who offered her emotional support. This example of resilience during such a trying time was a witness to the Queen's strength and determination. 1992 is not a year on which I shall look back with undiluted pleasure. In the words of one of my more sympathetic correspondents, it has turned out to be an annus horribilis. Queen Elizabeth II at her 40th anniversary of her succession. After the annus horribilis of 1992, the death of Princess Diana, Princess of Wales in 1997, would mark a low point in royal relations with the media. The tragic car accident, which occurred in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel in Paris, France, sent shockwaves around the world and prompted an outpouring of grief and mourning. However, the royal family's initial response to the news was criticized as being slow and insensitive, particularly in comparison to the outpouring of public emotion. The family's decision not to immediately return to London from their summer estates and not to fly the royal standard at half-mast at Buckingham Palace were seen as tone-deaf. The press coverage of Diana's funeral was intense and often critical of the royal family, with many accusing them of being out of touch with public sentiment. The public's perception of the royal family was further damaged by the perceived lack of emotion displayed by the Queen and other members of the family during the public mourning period. The royal family's handling of the situation was seen as a failure to understand and respond to the public's emotional needs at a time of shock, tremendous loss and grief. At the time, Prime Minister Tony Blair saw the gravity of the situation, advised the Queen to come to London from Balmoral. Reluctantly but decisively, the Queen returned to the capital and met with the people who were mourning the loss of Princess Diana. In a rare departure from protocol, the Queen ordered the Union flag to be flown at half-mast over the palace on the day of Diana's funeral, in response to the overwhelming display of public opinion. The Queen delivered a live speech, sharing her thoughts and condolences with the nation. In her speech, the Queen acknowledged the public's grief and spoke of the extraordinary and moving reaction to Diana's death. She also acknowledged the need for the royal family to be more responsive to public sentiment, saying, "I for one believe that there are lessons to be drawn from her life and from the extraordinary and moving reaction to her death." The Queen's response to the public's grief following Diana's death was a remarkable example of true leadership. Her Majesty's willingness to step outside of protocol and show empathy for the people she served was a powerful moment that inspired a nation. Even her own governess, Crawford, was approached by an American magazine with an offer for her memoirs, despite the Queen's advice against participating. Despite this, Crawford went ahead and wrote some memoirs and a book, but was eventually forgiven by Her Majesty. During the later stages of her reign, the Queen also faced various challenges, including scandals involving members of her family, including Prince Andrew, and events that followed Prince Harry's decision to step back from royal duties. After the controversial Oprah interview in March 2021, the palace shared their position with just 3 words: "Recollections may vary." Her Majesty was a true complement to the proverb, "Still waters run deep." The very personal attack, so deliberate to cause her heartache by Prince Harry and Meghan, would have reduced the majority to shreds. Her Majesty maintained such a loving and caring appearance that many will always be in awe of. She will always be the Queen of composure, no matter what. From witnessing world wars to handling family scandals and betrayals, the Queen consistently showed her unwavering resolve, embodying the famous phrase, "Keep calm and carry on." Her steadfast attitude, combined with her ability to navigate adversity with grace, earned her the love and admiration of her people, serving as an inspiration on how to handle difficulties with poise and composure. We are just passing through. Our purpose here is to observe, to learn, to grow, to love, and then we return home. Queen Elizabeth II opening the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting 2011. In times of difficulty and uncertainty, Her Majesty's speeches, actions and reactions always provided a sense of calm, reassurance and hope to the nation. When life seems hard, the courageous do not lie down and accept defeat. Instead, they are all the more determined to struggle for a better future. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas broadcast 2008. The Queen always maintained her composure and level-headedness, rising above the fray, and kept her focus on the future. Her Majesty's legacy will always be a tribute to her strength and leadership, and the Queen will always be remembered as a true leader who navigated adversity with grace. Her Majesty recognized the importance of taking a step back during times of turmoil, reflected on the situation, and considered the consequences of her actions before making informed decisions. This approach earned her the respect and admiration of her subjects and the world at large. The Queen's upbringing, wartime experience and reign marked by challenges all contributed to Her Majesty's ability to remain calm and composed in the face of adversity. From a young age, the Queen was instilled with a sense of duty and responsibility and was well versed in the finer details of the Constitution. She knew the role of the Queen very well. This gave Her Majesty the strength to stand up for what was right in front of highly regarded intellectuals and helped her develop a strong resilience attitude. The Queen's ability to adapt her leadership style to suit changing circumstances and to remain steadfast in times of crisis was a testament to the power of resilience attitude. For those facing their own challenges, the Queen's example serves as a reminder that a resilient attitude can help us weather even the most difficult storms. She has the ability to get calmer in the face of problems rather than allowing herself to get her adrenaline up and to panic. Monty Roberts, a Californian horse trainer who had also got to know the Queen's physical courage and got to know her well. Chapter 5, Subchapter 2, Managing the Unexpected. When it comes to bestowing honors and awards, the Queen was well versed in planning ceremonies down to the smallest detail, which tended to run like clockwork. At Buckingham Palace alone, around 3,000 medals are presented annually at 22 separate ceremonies, with additional investitures held in Edinburgh. Despite careful planning, however, not everything always went according to plan. During one investiture ceremony, the medals had been meticulously sorted and placed in the correct order on a cushion ready for the Queen to present them. Unfortunately, just moments before the ceremony was due to begin, a member of staff dropped the cushion, causing the medals to scatter everywhere. Without missing a beat, the ever-practical Queen instructed them to put the medals in any order, saying that she would give them out as they came forward, and the staff could sort them out afterwards. The ceremony went ahead smoothly, and the Queen carried on as if nothing was amiss. This incident is a reminder that even with a team of planners, not everything always goes according to plan. However, the Queen seemed to thrive on such uncertainty and even enjoyed when things went a bit wrong, coping with unexpected challenges with poise and grace. In the summer of 1977, as the country was caught up in Silver Jubilee fever, the Queen marked the start of the festivities by standing on Snow Hill in Windsor Great Park on the evening of June 6th to light a beacon that would signal others to be lit across the country. However, the pyrotechnic expert, Major Sir Michael Parker, had packed the beacon with fireworks to ensure it lit quickly and stationed a Royal Signals Major next to a detonator just in case. Before the Queen could light the beacon herself, the Major, who was trigger-happy, accidentally pressed the button. Despite the fireworks going off prematurely, the Queen laughed it off, saying Her Majesty couldn't understand why they had bothered to ask her. But there were more hiccups to come. The sound system failed, and the deepening fireworks mortar went off instead. Parker confessed to the Queen that everything that could go wrong went wrong, but to his surprise, the Queen's response was one of amusement, exclaiming, "Oh good, what fun!" The incident was a tribute to the Queen's ability to stay calm and take setbacks in her stride, showing her resilience and grace under pressure. While on a visit to Jamaica for her Golden Jubilee in 2002, Queen Elizabeth II attended a candlelit dinner escorted by the General Governor of Jamaica, Sir Howard Cook. However, the evening was disrupted by 2 power outages. To improvise, the officials lined up official cars outside the hall to provide lighting using their headlights. Despite the unexpected power failures, the Queen reportedly enjoyed the dramatic turn of events. In 1981, during a press conference on the Royal Yacht Britannia, a photographer accidentally spilled a glass of sherry on the red carpet. However, Queen Elizabeth II remained poised and composed, carrying on with the conference as if nothing had happened. Later that day, the same photographer dropped a lens while trying to take a photo of her arrival at an evening event. The Queen responded with a humorous remark, displaying her quick wit and ability to handle unexpected situations with grace. "Oh dear, it just really hasn't been your day," Her Majesty quipped, showing her ability to diffuse tension and make light of a potentially embarrassing situation. On the morning of July 9th, 1982, Queen Elizabeth II woke up in her bedroom in Buckingham Palace to find an unfamiliar man sitting in her room. The Queen immediately pressed a button next to her bed to sound the alarm, but no one responded. However, instead of panicking, Her Majesty remained calm and spoke to the man. He explained how he had climbed through an open window and asked for a cigarette. The Queen listened patiently and even went to fetch him a cigarette while also summoning help from another room. Later, the man admitted that this was not his first time breaking into the palace, which embarrassed the staff for not noticing it sooner. The incident demonstrated the Queen's remarkable composure and her ability to handle unexpected situations with poise and grace. In life, There were few moments when one was more vulnerable than when someone was directing a gun at them. There were several assassination attempts that Her Majesty faced during public events, yet the Queen continued as if nothing had happened. Trooping the Colour was an annual ceremonial event held in London, and on June 13, 1981, crowds gathered along the Mall to watch the Queen attend the ceremony on horseback. In the crowd was a 17-year-old named Marcus Sargent. As the Queen rode by, he fired 6 blanks from a starting pistol. According to reports, the Queen's horse, Burmese, was startled, but the sovereign managed to calm him down and rode on. Just a few short months after being shot at on the Mall, the Queen faced another assassination attempt during a visit to New Zealand in 1981 while visiting a museum in the city of Dunedin. On October 14, 1981, a teenager armed with a .22 rifle went to the 5th floor of a building in Dunedin, New Zealand, during a visit by Queen Elizabeth II and her husband, Prince Philip. When the royals stepped out of their Rolls-Royce to greet thousands of well-wishers on the street, the gunman, Christopher John Lewis, 17, a self-described terrorist who was hiding in a deserted toilet cubicle, trained his rifle on the Queen and fired. He missed. The Queen continued with the same poise as if nothing happened. This is a demonstration to the Queen's unwavering resolve and resilience, showing how the Queen remained unfazed even in the face of danger. Similarly, during a visit to New Zealand in 1986, a teenager threw eggs at the Queen, but instead of getting angry or upset, the Queen later made a joke that she preferred New Zealand eggs for breakfast. Chapter 5, Subchapter 3. Love's Price. Comfort of others. On December 21, 2019, Her Majesty's strength and stay, Prince Philip was taken to the hospital via helicopter for the precautionary monitoring of a pre-existing condition. As one might expect, the Queen's concern for others took precedence, and she made the selfless decision to forego a visit to ensure the comfort and well-being of fellow patients and their families during the holiday season. Thankfully, Prince Philip was released on Christmas Eve, and they were able to spend Christmas at home together. Grief. After the death of our Queen's beloved husband, Prince Philip, in 2021, Her Majesty showed the world the strength and determination that characterized her reign. Despite the deep sadness the Queen felt at the loss of her partner of 74 years, the Queen refused to let self-pity consume her. Instead of retreating into mourning, the Queen threw herself into her duties with purpose and determination. She appeared in public, dressed in bright colors, attending engagements and events as the Queen always had, providing comfort and inspiration to her people and the world at large. The Queen's philosophy of not giving in to self-pity is a proof to Her Majesty's strength of character and her unwavering commitment to duty. The Queen recognized that there is no magic formula for transforming sorrow into happiness, but Her Majesty believed that being busy helped. By focusing on her work and her responsibilities, the Queen channeled Her Majesty's grief and maintained composure, inspiring others to do the same. The Queen's approach to loss and grief serves as a lesson to us all. By embracing her duties and not giving in to self-pity, the Queen showed us that we can find comfort and meaning in our work and our responsibilities, even in the face of adversity. There is no magic formula that will transform sorrow into happiness, but being busy helps. Queen Elizabeth II after Prince Philip's passing. Chapter 5, Subchapter 4. Royal Anger Management. In May 1976, the crew of the royal yacht Britannia failed to deliver a message to the Queen in time to alert her of a nearby stud farm. As a result, the Queen was unable to see her beloved horses, and her disappointment was clear at dinner that evening. In response to the crew's mistake, the Queen and Prince Philip exhibited remarkable royal anger management skills. The Queen placed her napkin over her face, then slowly removed it, to reveal a warm and smiling monarch. One guest was struck by the transformation, describing it as like a magic trick, and noting that suddenly here was this new smiley queen. It was an extraordinary display of self-control that allowed the Queen to quickly change the subject and move on from the disappointment. This incident not only showcased the royal family's self-control, but also reminded everyone that their lives were a constant performance. The crew of the Britannia never repeated that mistake again. She has the patience of a saint, Prince Philip. Expanding perspective. Nelson Mandela. When asked who the Queen considered the most remarkable person she had ever met, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II gave a powerful answer. Without hesitation, she named Nelson Mandela, a man who had endured 27 years of imprisonment, but emerged without rancor. Nelson Mandela was a remarkable man who dedicated his life to fighting against apartheid and promoting social justice. Born into the Thembu royal family in South Africa, he studied law at the University of Fort Hare and the University of Witwatersrand before becoming involved in anti-colonial and African nationalist politics. He joined the African National Congress, ANC, in 1943 and co-founded its Youth League in 1944. He was a South African anti-apartheid activist and politician who served as the president from 1994 to 1999. After the National Party's white-only government established apartheid, a system of racial segregation that privileged whites, Mandela and the ANC committed themselves to overthrow it. He was appointed president of the ANC's Transvaal branch, rising to prominence for his involvement in the 1952 Defiance Campaign and the 1955 Congress of the People. Despite facing repeated arrests and prosecution, Mandela remained steadfast in his commitment to the cause of racial equality. Influenced by Marxism, Mandela secretly joined the banned South African Communist Party, SACP. Although initially committed to non-violent protest, in association with the SACP, he co-founded the militant Umkhonto we Sizwe in 1961 and led a sabotage campaign against the government. However, he was arrested and imprisoned in 1962, and following the Rivonia trial, was sentenced to life imprisonment for conspiring to overthrow the state. Mandela spent 27 years in prison, split between Robben Island Pollsmoor Prison and Victor Verster Prison. Amid growing domestic and international pressure and fears of racial civil war, President F.W. de Klerk released him in 1990. Mandela and de Klerk led efforts to negotiate an end to apartheid, which resulted in the 1994 multiracial general election in which Mandela led the ANC to victory and became president. Despite spending more than a quarter of a century in prison, Mandela emerged as a beacon of hope and resilience. He emphasized reconciliation between the country's racial groups and created the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to investigate past human rights abuses. His administration retained its predecessor's liberal framework despite his own socialist beliefs, also introducing measures to encourage land reform, combat poverty, and expand healthcare services. Mandela's commitment to social justice and his resilience in the face of adversity continue to inspire people around the world. He was a true leader who never lost sight of his goal to create a society based on equality and freedom. His legacy lives on, reminding us that even in the darkest of times, hope and perseverance can prevail. Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking's life is a brilliant illustration of the power of resilience and determination. Diagnosed with a slow-progressing form of motor neuron disease at the age of 21, he refused to let his physical limitations stop him from pursuing his intellectual passions. Instead, he channeled his boundless curiosity and love of learning into his work, making numerous groundbreaking contributions to the field of theoretical physics. Hawking's commitment to excellence was matched only by his exceptional work ethic. He was known for his meticulous approach to planning and preparation, dedicating specific timeframes to each task and utilizing advanced technology to aid communication and data analysis. His unparalleled attention to detail allowed him to identify inaccuracies and inconsistencies in his work, refining his theories and making groundbreaking discoveries. Despite facing significant physical challenges, Hawking adapted to his condition and continued to make unparalleled contributions to his field. Originally using a switch activated by his hand, he later controlled his communication device with movements of his cheek muscles, demonstrating the power of resilience and innovation in the face of adversity. His legacy includes revolutionary contributions to our understanding of black hole radiation, the Big Bang Theory, theoretical cosmology, and singularities, inspiring generations of researchers and scientists around the world. His life and work serve as a powerful reminder of the limitless potential of the human spirit when fueled by passion, determination, and a relentless pursuit of knowledge. What to remember? Life is a laboratory, where each day is an experiment, and every decision we make is a crucial ingredient in the outcome. Just as a scientist may encounter unexpected obstacles in the laboratory, we too will face challenges and setbacks in life. Just as the scientist would have limitations on resources to work with, we too have limited resources in our lives. It's not the challenges themselves that determine our success, but how we respond to them. Self-pity can be like a toxic chemical reaction that drains our energy and motivation, leaving us feeling depleted and hopeless. But by refusing to succumb to self-pity, we can harness our energy and motivation to achieve our goals and make a positive impact in the world. With each challenge we overcome, we become stronger and more resilient, just like a scientist who learns from their experiments. So, let's embrace the challenges we face with determination and a positive attitude, knowing that each setback is an opportunity for growth and progress. Think of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. Despite facing numerous setbacks and failures, Edison never lost faith in his idea. He once famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." Edison's perseverance and determination inspired him to keep trying new things until he finally succeeded. In the same way, we must embrace the challenges we face with a positive attitude and never give up on our dreams. We must have the patience and determination to see things through, and the resilience to bounce back from setbacks. Just like a scientist who has a team of colleagues and support to help them in the laboratory, we too have a support system of family, friends, and mentors who can help us navigate life's challenges and give us valuable advice. Seek out their guidance and be open to learning from their experiences. Ultimately, it takes a combination of patience, self-awareness, and self-control to navigate adversity with grace and handle challenges with confidence. By approaching life with a measured mindset, seeking the advice of others, and embracing challenges as opportunities for growth, we can make better decisions that serve our best interests and the interests of those around us. Embrace the laboratory of life with excitement and determination, and see where your experiments take you. With positivity and determination, challenges become opportunities. Let's continue. As we strive to build resilience and face adversity with strength and courage, we must remember that even the royal family has had to adapt and change with the times, facing the challenges of a world that is constantly evolving. Upholding tradition while embracing change is no easy feat, and it begs the question, did the Queen truly adapt to the changing times? In the next chapter, we will delve into the Queen's journey of resilience and discover how she navigated the tumultuous waters of change, inspiring us all to embrace the challenges of life with grace and determination. Chapter 6. Embracing Change. Balancing tradition and innovation. Change and tradition are often seen as opposing forces, with change representing the new and unfamiliar, and tradition representing the old and established. However, just as a ship's anchor provides stability in turbulent waters, traditions can anchor us in times of change, providing a sense of continuity and connection to the past. Queen Elizabeth II is an excellent example of someone who successfully navigated the tension between change and tradition, adapting to the times while upholding the timeless values that define monarchy. As I look to the future, I have no doubt at all that the one certainty is change. But I do not think that we should be over-anxious. We can make sense of the future if we understand the lessons of the past. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas Broadcast, 1999. Chapter 6, Subchapter 1. Keeping up with the times. Queen Elizabeth II's rule was marked by Her Majesty's ability to adapt and embrace change in a world that was constantly evolving. Despite the changes in the political landscape, technological advancements, shifts in society and cultural norms, the Queen remained steadfast in her commitment to her role. Her early adoption of television and technology marked her as a trailblazer, eager to revolutionize the monarchy and bring it closer to the public. In 1953, Her Majesty took the historic decision to televise her coronation, with an estimated 27 million people in the UK tuning in to the broadcast. This marked the first time that the event was viewed by individuals beyond the close associates of the monarch. Her Majesty's Christmas messages were televised since 1957, and in 1958, the Queen made history again by becoming the first person in the UK to make a long-distance telephone call without an operator. Her Majesty was a symbol of progress and modernity, remained steadfast in her convictions and values, showing us that it is possible to have the best of both worlds. The Queen met with many iconic popular culture figures such as the Beatles, Charlie Chaplin, Madonna and Michael Jackson, and showed her support for movies, music, sports and fashion. She was a symbol of progress, as seen by the Queen's participation in the first moon landing mission, where Her Majesty sent a message of support on the spacecraft that was carried by astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, which then was left on the moon in 1969. The astronauts were later received in Buckingham Palace after their journey in celebration of the monumental historical event. In 1976, Queen Elizabeth II became the first head of state to send an email. Her first tweet was sent in 2014. She recorded the 2012 Christmas message in 3D, and the Queen continued to use technology including video conferencing during the coronavirus pandemic to connect with her people and remain relevant in the modern world. Change is a constant. Managing it has become an expanding discipline. The way we embrace it defines our future. Her Majesty addressing the Parliament during her Golden Jubilee in 2002. Committed to climate change and sustainability initiatives, over the years the Queen incorporated eco-friendly practices into her daily life and the operations of the royal household. Among many other initiatives, since 1994, the Queen used a combined heat and power system at the Buckingham Palace and Windsor Castle to increase efficiency, helping to reduce the royal household's greenhouse gas emissions, energy costs, and reliance on the national grid. In 2015, Her Majesty launched the Queen's Commonwealth Canopy, a network of forest conservation initiatives across the Commonwealth. In recent years, we saw more royal emphasis on embracing diversity and inclusivity, celebrating the contributions of people from all walks of life, regardless of their race, gender, or sexual orientation. For example, in 2016, the Queen awarded an OBE to the founder of the UK's first transgender charity, and in 2018, Her Majesty welcomed the first black female bishop to the Church of England. The Queen's willingness to embrace change was also evident in Her Majesty's fashion choices. Over the years, the Queen evolved her signature style to keep up with the times while still maintaining a sense of tradition and elegance. The Queen trusted her dresser Angela Kelly for nearly 3 decades in updating her look. The Queen's ability to stay current was not limited to just fashion and technology, though. She embraced changes in social attitudes and expectations. For example, in 2011, the Queen gave her royal assent to the succession to the Crown Act, which ended male primogeniture in the British monarchy. This demonstrated her willingness to adapt to changing social norms and acknowledge the importance of equality. Chapter 6. Sub-Chapter 2. The significance of traditions. When people in 53 years from now look back on us, they will doubtless view many of our practices as old-fashioned. But it is my hope that when judged by future generations, our sincerity, our willingness to take a lead, and our determination to do the right thing will stand the test of time. Queen Elizabeth II's UN speech in 2010. For the Queen, tradition was not just about maintaining the past, but also about using it as a guide for the present and the future. Her Majesty understood that tradition and history played a crucial role in shaping the nation and the monarchy that she served. One example of this is the Queen's adherence to protocol and formality, even in private settings. Her Majesty was quoted as saying that it was part of her job, and that what you saw is what you got. This was not just about maintaining a sense of grandeur and ceremony, but also about respecting the office and the role that the Queen held. I am the last bastion on standards. Queen Elizabeth II, in response to former Prime Minister Sir John Key, when he asked why she always wore formal attire. This adherence to tradition was reflected in the Queen's commitment to public service. Her Majesty always understood that her role as the head of state was not just about representing the nation, but also about serving it. The Queen dedicated her life to her people, and was always guided by the values and principles that were passed down through history and generations. The Queen is a traditionalist, but she is not a sentimentalist. Sir John Key, former Prime Minister New Zealand. Her Majesty supported historical preservation by dedicating time and resources to preserving the legacy of her family, along with her country, by backing organizations and initiatives that work to preserve historical sites, archives, and cultural heritage. The Queen embraced the Commonwealth and its rich cultural heritage, recognizing the important role that it played in shaping the nation and the monarchy. Queen Elizabeth II traveled extensively throughout the Commonwealth, meeting with its leaders and citizens, and worked to foster a sense of unity and shared purpose among its members. By the time of the Queen's death, Her Majesty had traveled to more than 117 countries and more than 1 million miles. Everyone is our neighbor, no matter what race, creed, or color. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II Christmas Broadcast, 2004. During the Queen's long reign, Her Majesty not only upheld the traditions of the United Kingdom, but gained widespread recognition for her remarkable ability to navigate the complex nuances of different cultures around the world. The Queen's deep understanding of the importance of cultural sensitivity was consistently on display as she interacted with various communities, and she showed immense respect for their customs and traditions. In fact, the Queen often displayed an innate understanding of the unspoken rules that govern different cultures, exhibiting great cultural sensitivity in Her Majesty's interactions. One such instance was when she visited South Korea, and as a sign of respect for Korean culture, removed her shoes before entering a traditional Korean house. Similarly, when hosting former US President Donald Trump for tea at Windsor, the Queen ordered fresh coffee as a gesture of hospitality. It is interesting to note that the Queen never traveled without a formal invitation, demonstrating her respect for protocol and decorum. All of these qualities made the Queen a beloved figure not just in the UK, but around the world. The Queen celebrated traditional holidays with great enthusiasm, such as Christmas and Easter, and encouraged her family to do the same. It's no surprise that families so often treasure their Christmas routines. We see our own children and their families embrace the roles, traditions, and values that mean so much to us, as these are passed from one generation to the next, sometimes being updated for changing times. I see it in my own family, and it is a source of great happiness. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas, 2021. To celebrate her 80th birthday, Queen Elizabeth II did something truly special. She invited 99 people who were born on the same day as herself to lunch at Buckingham Palace, affectionately calling them her exact twins. These lucky guests were served lunch on solid silver plates and were deeply touched and honored to have been invited. Her Majesty the Queen, putting everyone at ease, shared, "I doubt any of us would say that last 80 years have been plain sailing, but we can give thanks for our health and happiness, the support we receive from our families and friends." One guest, John Forrester, travelled all the way from Australia for the occasion and had this to say about the Queen. "She was the most natural in the world and could endear herself to anybody and everybody." This touching event is just one example of the Queen's unwavering commitment to treating people with respect and dignity, regardless of their background or culture. The Queen's legacy of inclusivity and harmony had a profound impact on people around the world, encouraging us all to embrace our differences and celebrate our individuality. Her commitment to treating others with respect and dignity, regardless of their background or culture, has left a lasting impression on countless lives. Expanding perspective. Fashion industry. Louis Vuitton is a high-end fashion and accessories brand that has a history dating back more than a century, synonymous with luxury and sophistication. In the past few years, Louis Vuitton has connected to the NFT space with the LVX NBA collaboration and has explored the possibilities of the metaverse through its LV Crafty game. The game, which was released in 2021, allows players to create their own avatars and explore a virtual world inspired by Louis Vuitton's iconic designs. Through these ventures into the metaverse and NFT space, Louis Vuitton is able to engage with a new generation of consumers while maintaining its commitment to quality and craftsmanship. The brand is now able to create unique and immersive experiences that showcase its products in a new and exciting way, while also staying true to its traditional identity. Gucci, one of the world's leading luxury fashion brands, has a rich tradition dating back to 1921 when it was founded in Florence, Italy. Over the years, Gucci has become synonymous with luxury and sophistication, with its iconic designs and products setting the standard for high-end fashion. While the brand has a strong foundation in tradition and heritage, it has also been quick to embrace new technologies and explore new frontiers. In 2021, Gucci entered the metaverse through its partnership with Roblox, a popular online gaming platform with a massive user base of more than 200 million players. This collaboration allows Gucci to create virtual items and experiences for the platform, showcasing its products in a unique and innovative way. The virtual items include digital sneakers and clothing, which players can purchase and wear within the game, creating a distinctive opportunity for Gucci to engage with a new generation of consumers. Through its partnership with Roblox, Gucci is able to stay true to its original identity, while embracing the latest technologies. The brand's timeless designs are reimagined for the virtual world, creating a new and exciting way for consumers to experience the Gucci brand. By exploring the metaverse, Gucci is able to showcase its products in a new light, while still maintaining its commitment to quality and craftsmanship. Nike, a global leader in sportswear and footwear, has managed to maintain its traditional identity while also embracing the latest technologies. Nike's partnership with the video game Fortnite allowed players to purchase and wear virtual versions of Nike's iconic shoes and apparel within the game. Additionally, Nike launched Nikeland, its own purpose-built metaverse space that uses the Roblox platform to allow fans to meet, socialize, take part in promotions and engage with a range of brand experiences. According to Nike, 7 million visitors have spent time in Nikeland since its launch in November 2021, engaging in games, competitions, and exclusive digital product purchases. Nike has capitalized on the trend of NFTs, purchasing RTFKT Studios, a maker of next-generation NFT collectibles, and collaborating on its first collection of NFT sneakers called Cryotokicks Dunk Genesis. The collection offers users the ability to customize their sneakers using skin vials to create unique, one-of-a-kind digital assets. Nike's understanding of personalization and unique experiences extends to its physical retail stores, where it encourages users to engage with the brand through sport and technology. The New York flagship store offers customers the opportunity to shoot hoops, work up a sweat on a treadmill, and customize shoes to their liking before purchasing them. Nike's ability to innovate and stay ahead of the curve while maintaining its commitment to quality and craftsmanship is an indication to its enduring appeal and timeless style. As the brand continues to explore new frontiers and redefine what it means to be a luxury brand in the digital age, it serves as an excellent example of a brand that has aligned digital transformation with its existing identity and ideals. The consequences of resisting change. The stories of Kodak, Blockbuster, Sears and Nokia are cautionary tales of what can happen when businesses refuse to adapt to change. These once flourishing businesses failed to recognize crucial changes in their industries, unable to adapt to the fast-moving pace of advancements in their competition. The result? Devastating bankruptcies, closures, and a loss of relevance in their respective markets. These stories serve as powerful reminders of the importance of accepting change and embracing new technologies and trends in the business world. Companies must be willing to adapt to changing consumer preferences, market conditions, and advancements in technology to remain competitive and thrive in today's fast-paced environment. Failing to do so risks falling behind, losing market share, and facing financial difficulties. Kodak, for example, was once a photography powerhouse, but was blindsided by the digital revolution. The company was slow to transition to digital cameras and was overtaken by more agile competitors. The same can be said for Blockbuster, a former video rental giant, which was caught off guard by the rise of digital streaming and online movie rentals. Sears, a once mighty retail behemoth, was slow to embrace the shift towards online shopping and e-commerce. And Nokia, a former leader in the mobile phone industry, was unable to keep pace with the rapidly evolving market. These cautionary tales highlight the importance of being proactive and adaptable in the face of change. By embracing change and staying ahead of the curve, businesses can remain competitive and thrive in today's rapidly changing environment. The lesson is clear: adapt or face the consequences. Shah of Persia. Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, better known as the Shah of Persia, was the last monarch of Iran who ruled from September 16, 1941, until his overthrow in 1979. He was determined to close the gap to the Western world and introduced a series of policies aimed at modernizing Iranian society, including economic development, industrialization, and educational reform, but also the introduction of Western technology and ideas, as well as the promotion of Western-style clothing and behavior. However, these modernization efforts were not without controversy, as they had a significant impact on the distribution of wealth in Iran. The modernization policies benefited the urban elite, but the rural population and the poor were left behind, causing a widening gap between the rich and the poor. In addition, many Iranians felt that the Shah's actions were an attack on their traditional culture and values, fueling further public discontent. The rapid pace of change and the suppression of traditional customs, combined with the lack of political freedom and growing economic and social dissatisfaction, contributed to the widespread protests and revolution that ultimately led to the Shah being overthrown in 1979. At first glance, it seems like the Shah was just another failed dictator who eventually ran out of luck. However, despite his disinterest in political reform, his attempt to modernize the economy and society were genuine. The issue with his approach was that he made no progress in some areas while moving too fast in others. He overestimated people's willingness to change and underestimated the power of tradition and history in determining people's reaction. What to remember? Balancing traditions and embracing change is an uplifting journey that requires courage, determination, and a willingness to take bold risks. Think of change as a new planet waiting to be explored. It's an exciting adventure that presents new challenges, opportunities, and rewards. But we can only explore it if we are willing to step outside of our comfort zone and venture into the unknown to discover what lies beyond. Traditions are the roots that provide stability, continuity, and a sense of belonging. They connect us to our past, present, and future, and shape our identities. In families and workplaces, traditions foster a sense of community and shared purpose, creating bonds that last a lifetime. But we must not let traditions hold us back from embracing necessary change. By striking a balance between honoring our heritage and embracing innovation, we can create a brighter and more meaningful future for ourselves and our community. In the dance of tradition and change, growth is the rhythm of life. Let's continue. Indeed, there was a unique essence that elevated Her Majesty above the rest, touching the hearts of millions who grieved her loss, even those who never had the honor of meeting her personally. The warm, genuine sentiments expressed daily on my YouTube channel wall, the Job Well Done community stand as a witness to her legacy and the profound impact the Queen had on countless lives. So, what made the Queen truly extraordinary? At its core, I believe it boils down to people, the way Her Majesty interacted with individuals she encountered each day, and the cherished memories they carried with them long after her departure. In the upcoming chapter, we'll embark on an exploration of the distinctive way the Queen engaged with those around her. So, settle in, unwind, and prepare to be enlightened by a heartening journey. Chapter 7. The Power of Compassion. Embracing empathy, dignity, respect, and presence. Like a beacon of light guiding ships through stormy seas, empathy, dignity, and being fully present serve as essential guiding principles in our lives, illuminating our path toward meaningful relationships and interactions. By embracing these values, we create a solid foundation of trust and understanding that enables us to weather any challenges and promote a more compassionate, inclusive world. Seizing every opportunity for maintaining a steadfast focus on what truly matters, Her Majesty consistently demonstrated the importance of living in the present moment, taking one day at a time. In the following pages, we will uncover the ways in which Queen Elizabeth II had exemplified these principles in her own life, illustrating how her actions and decisions were guided by a commitment to being fully engaged in the moment with grace. Drawing inspiration from Queen Elizabeth II's remarkable embodiment of these principles, this chapter delves into the significance of empathy, dignity, respect, and embracing the present moment, revealing the lessons we can learn from the Queen's exemplary leadership and commitment to putting people first. At the end of the day, people won't remember what you said or did. They will remember how you made them feel. Anonymous. Chapter 7, Subchapter 1. Empathy. The Queen's genuine empathy and understanding towards people made her a symbol of compassion and a beacon of hope. Her Majesty never shied away from addressing underlying issues and always found ways to make a difference. Frank Judd, a former Labour minister, was impressed by how much the Queen knew about the problems faced by the people in the countries she was visiting. She saw through the formalities of her role as a monarch and truly connected with people on a human level. The Queen's empathy and understanding will always be remembered as one of her defining qualities. She has been able to promote the United Kingdom in a way that goes above and beyond what a politician can do. Diplomacy is still about projecting power. Labour Foreign Secretary Jack Straw calling Her Majesty the epitome of soft power. One particularly memorable moment of her advocacy for human rights occurred during a state visit by the then Crown Prince Abdullah from Saudi Arabia in 2003. The prince visited the Queen at Balmoral and was very surprised when she got behind the wheel and drove herself at high speed. This was done as a form of advocacy for women's rights in Saudi Arabia, where at the time, women were not allowed to drive. This simple act of driving sent a powerful message to the Crown Prince and the world that women should have the same rights as men. The Queen visited hospitals, schools, and disaster zones, meeting with people who were often in difficult and emotional situations. Her Majesty's ability to put people at ease, listen attentively, and show genuine concern and compassion earned her widespread respect and admiration. In her book, The Other Side of the Coin, The Queen, the Dresser and the Wardrobe, Angela Kelly, the Queen's personal dresser, wrote about Her Majesty's empathy and consideration for her staff. She described how the Queen always took the time to ask about her staff members' families and personal lives, and remembered important details about their interests and hobbies. This small but meaningful gesture showed the Queen's empathy and Her Majesty's ability to connect with others on a personal level. Her Majesty's empathy extended beyond humans to her corgis and horses. The Queen was well known for her love of animals and was said to have a special gift for connecting with them. In his book, The Queen's Corgi, On Duty with the Queen, author David Michi wrote about the Queen's empathy when it came to her beloved corgis. He described how she paid close attention to their body language and vocalizations and understood their needs and emotions, even without them being able to speak. The Queen was attentive to their moods and was quick to notice any signs of discomfort or distress. Her Majesty's ability to read her corgis' emotions was a proof to her deep connection with them. Chapter 7, Subchapter 2. Dignity and Respect. The Queen understood the importance of treating others with dignity and respect, and the impact it had on their self-esteem and well-being. The loss of dignity can have severe consequences, not just in terms of identity, inclusion and fairness, but also in one's sense of self-worth. Power dynamics also play a role in how we treat others and can often lead to disrespectful behavior. It is crucial that we all strive to treat each other with dignity and respect at all times, in order to build a better and more inclusive society. Her Majesty recognized that, while we may not be able to control the events that happen to us, we can always choose how we respond to them. The Queen's consistent style of approaching every situation with poise and grace was one of the reasons she earned the admiration and respect of people from all walks of life and cultures around the globe. So every religion has something to say about tolerance and respecting others. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas broadcast 2004. One prime example of this was during her 1970 tour of Australia. Sir Jock Slater, who was serving as the equerry during an investiture, recalled an incident where a man was becoming increasingly confused about what he should do to greet Queen Elizabeth II when he reached her in the receiving line. Sir Jock calmed him down by saying the simplest thing to do was to do exactly the same thing as the person before him did. Unfortunately, the man was stood behind a woman in the line, and when it was his turn, he attempted to perform the best curtsy he could. The Queen, without any hesitation, helped him up as if it was the most natural thing to do. The Queen let him have his moment without diverting the focus away from one of the most important days of his life. Sir Jock thinks to this day he would not know what had happened. Another example was an incident that occurred at a state banquet on board the royal yacht in Bathurst that was considered embarrassing during the 1961 tour of West Africa. The wife of a Gambian VIP was offered gravy, and instead of pouring it over her food, she poured it over her wine glass. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Queen Elizabeth II remained composed and did not appear to be flustered, demonstrating her poise and graciousness in the face of unexpected events. The saddest thing in the world is not poverty, it's loss of human dignity. Jonathan Glennie. Queen Elizabeth II held a strong belief that respect is earned, not given. People around her never saw her mistreat anyone, which was proof to her personality and character. By treating others with dignity and respect, we not only benefit others, but also bring happiness and fulfillment to ourselves. Let us all strive to live by the Queen's motto of respect and be respected, and make dignity and respect a cornerstone of our daily lives. I know what really gets my mother up in the morning is all of you, watching at home, represented here tonight in this great audience. Prince Charles 2022, Her Majesty's Platinum Jubilee Concert. Chapter 7, Subchapter 3. Be fully present. Queen Elizabeth II was widely recognized for her exceptional ability to make others feel special through her attentiveness. The Queen understood that people visiting her were often nervous, and Her Majesty put them at ease with her gracious manner. She understood that being present at all times requires a great deal of discipline and self-consciousness, and giving her acquaintances attention they did not expect is a very powerful practice of making them feel special and appreciated. Each day is a new beginning. I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give my best in all that the day brings and put my trust in God. Queen Elizabeth II Golden Jubilee Speech, 2002. Being the Queen, as well as one of the most recognized persons in the world, it seems a foregone conclusion that all focus would naturally be on her with little expectations from the audience of any sign of appreciation. It was, however, exactly that quality, to give seemingly undivided attention to her counterparts, that was noted by many who had the privilege of making Her Majesty's acquaintance. While representing the monarchy, it may be considered a task inherent to Her Majesty's role when receiving world leaders, but the Queen is known to have done such a remarkable job at giving undivided attention, irrespective of their status or background of whomever Her Majesty met. Recollecting his first meeting with the Queen, former British Ambassador Tom Fletcher told how the Queen's eyes lit up as he had shared a photo of his grandfather who had the opportunity to meet her during her visit to Nigeria in 1956. She would listen intently as Tom spoke about his grandfather's encounter with her, making him feel as he was the most fascinating person in the world. He emphasized how this moment remained a special memory for him, exemplifying the Queen's ability to connect with others. When you're talking to her, you are the only person who exists. I have seen her talk to millions of people, and it's all about focus on the person. Kamalesh Sharma, the Queen's 5th Commonwealth Secretary General. Chapter 7, Subchapter 4. A Journey of 1,000 Miles. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, then Princess Elizabeth, made her first impactful broadcast in 1940 during the height of the Second World War. She spoke directly to the children who were struggling with the effects of the conflict, offering them comfort and hope in a time of turmoil. My sister Margaret Rose and I feel so much for you, as we know from experience what it means to be away from those we love most of all. Princess Elizabeth Wartime Broadcast, the 13th of October 1940. The Princess expressed her gratitude towards the families who had opened their homes to British guest children in countries like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the United States, and praised the bravery of the military personnel fighting for their cause. She acknowledged the selflessness of these families, who had provided these children with a safe haven during such tumultuous times. Moreover, the Princess paid homage to the unwavering courage of the sailors, soldiers, and airmen engaged in battle, recognizing the sacrifices they willingly made. As her broadcast drew to a close, she emphasized that their ongoing struggle was to secure a brighter future for the children of today and the generations to come. In this early display of her ability to connect and inspire, Princess Elizabeth showed her deep understanding of the power of even the smallest actions. Her words and actions served as a reminder to the children that they had a vital role to play in the war effort, and that their courage and strength was valued and appreciated. 85 years later, Queen Elizabeth II referred to this speech stating, "Today, once again, many will feel a painful sense of separation from their loved ones, acknowledging its relevance during the COVID pandemic in 2020. Consistently, throughout her remarkable life journey, the Queen showcased her capacity to approach each day as a fresh start and seize everything that came her way, be it a victory or a difficulty. One prime example of this was Her Majesty's approach to the loss of her beloved father, King George VI. Despite her deep sadness, Queen Elizabeth II understood the importance of her role as the new monarch of England and quickly took on the responsibilities that came with it. She was determined to continue the work of her father and provide stability and comfort to her people during a time of change. The Queen did so with grace and dignity, never once allowed her grief to interfere with the duties as monarch. Despite the challenges of travel and the demands of Her Majesty's schedule during numerous tours and engagements, the Queen always approached each day with energy and enthusiasm, eager to connect with her people and make a positive impact. Whether it was a visit to a school or a hospital, or a meeting with world leaders, the Queen always approached each engagement with a fresh perspective, ready to make a difference in someone's life. It's worth remembering that it is often the small steps, not the giant leaps, that bring about the most lasting change. Queen Elizabeth II Christmas Broadcast 2019. Quoting Mother Teresa, "The Queen embraced new technology and ways of communicating, while still holding fast to the traditional values and customs that have defined the monarchy for centuries. This ability to balance the old and the new, and to approach each day with a fresh perspective, helped Her Majesty to remain relevant and beloved by all. Each day you're presented with a choice. You can either keep your greatness hidden under a pile of fears, regrets, and excuses, or you can let it out. So the best way to begin unlocking inner greatness is to make a conscious choice to live out the rest of today with the best you." Lewis Howes. Expanding perspective. Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, a towering figure in the history of India and the world, was the epitome of empathy, dignity, and respect. As an unwavering advocate for non-violence, truth, and equality, Gandhi always prioritized the needs and well-being of others before his own. His selflessness, dedication, and presence to the upliftment of the downtrodden continue to inspire generations across the globe. One of Gandhi's most endearing qualities was his deep-rooted empathy for all. He believed that true compassion transcended social, economic, and religious divides. His philosophy of Sarvodaya, or the welfare of all, encapsulated this idea, striving to create a society in which everyone could flourish. Gandhi's tireless work for the Indian masses, particularly the poor and underprivileged, was driven by his inherent understanding of the human condition and a genuine concern for the well-being of others. Mahatma Gandhi's commitment to dignity was evident in his fight against the caste system, which he regarded as a major obstacle to social harmony and progress. In his quest for social justice, Gandhi coined the term Harijan, meaning children of God, to describe the so-called untouchables, emphasizing their inherent dignity and worth as human beings. By demonstrating the potential for change through the power of love and understanding, he inspired countless people to follow in his footsteps and work towards a more inclusive and equitable world. The simplest acts of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in prayer. Mahatma Gandhi. What to remember? Life is like building a house on a solid foundation, where prioritizing the needs and well-being of those around us lays the groundwork for strong connections and interactions. Just as a sturdy foundation is vital for a house to endure, our relationships and interactions rely on mutual trust, respect, and care to thrive. By treating others with dignity and respect, we empower them to reach their full potential, contributing to a more inclusive and welcoming society. Each day is like setting sail on a ship, navigating through the waves and tides of an endless ocean full of potential. To make the most of our voyage, We must chart our course with mindfulness, gratitude, and positivity, using these as our compass to guide us towards our desired destination. We must focus on the stars that truly guide our way, representing our health, relationships, personal growth, and the causes we hold dear to our hearts. As we sail towards these shining beacons, we must remain steadfast and not be distracted by the storms and sirens that inevitably arise during our journey. With determination and commitment, we can navigate the ever-changing seas of life with grace and resilience. Just like the intrepid sailors of old, we too can embark on daring expeditions to uncover new lands, challenge ourselves to traverse uncharted territories, and grow through adversity. Each new sunrise brings the promise of undiscovered treasures, waiting to be unearthed by those brave enough to set sail. So let us awaken each morning as intrepid explorers, eager to embark on the adventure of a lifetime, charting a course towards our dreams and aspirations. By treating others with dignity and respect, and being mindful of our journey through life, we can create a life that is rich with experiences and personal growth. Every wave we ride, every storm we weather, and every treasure we uncover brings us closer to realizing the full potential of our journey. The power lies within us to hold the metaphorical crystal ball of dignity and respect, and use it to transform the world, one interaction at a time. Treat others with dignity and respect to build a world of unity. Let's continue. I think the interesting question we must explore is how we can genuinely connect with others and enrich the ways we interact with people. What is the secret behind powering up our connections in a way that even the Queen Her Majesty would admire? The upcoming chapter unravels the enigma of meaningful interactions and secret ingredients that forge enduring human connections. Prepare for a metamorphic journey to uncover some powerful ways Her Majesty the Queen used to engage with the world around her. Chapter 8. Mastering Life's Delicate Dance. Humor, diplomacy, and grace in life's symphony. In the tapestry of our lives, humor, diplomacy, and grace interweave to create a vibrant and resilient fabric that shelters us through the storms of adversity and illuminates the joys of our triumphs. This chapter invites you to explore the intricate threads that define the essence of our interactions and relationships, ultimately shaping our individual and collective destinies, as exemplified by the remarkable life of Queen Elizabeth II. In a world that often feels rushed and impersonal, the art of balancing humor, diplomacy, and grace, inspired by the indomitable spirit of Queen Elizabeth II, was a beacon of hope, guiding us towards deeper understanding, more meaningful connections, and the realization that the most profound and lasting impressions are made when we reveal our truest, most compassionate selves. Let this chapter be your compass, pointing you towards a life enriched by laughter, harmony, and the elegance of authentic human connection, as illuminated by the enduring example of the Queen. The best and most beautiful things in the world cannot be seen or even touched. They must be felt with the heart. Helen Keller. Chapter 8. Subchapter 1. The Art of Poise and Graciousness. Even at a young age, Princess Elizabeth was concerned with maintaining decorum and avoiding any embarrassment for her family. As a 10-year-old, she worried about how her younger sister Margaret might behave at their father's coronation. "I do hope she won't disgrace us by falling asleep in the middle. After all, she's very young for a coronation." 10-year-old Princess Elizabeth, worrying over Margaret, then not quite 7, preparing for her father's coronation in 1936 to Crawford. Though Queen Elizabeth II was not born to rule, when the crown was bestowed upon her, she accepted the responsibility of being a monarch without complaining or resisting. She gracefully prepared for her succession, ceding increasing responsibility in her later years to her heir apparent and younger members of the royal family, to ensure a smooth public transition when the next monarch was crowned. Queen Elizabeth II led always with grace, an unwavering commitment to duty and the incomparable power of her example. Statement of President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, 8th of September 2022, on the death of Queen Elizabeth II. The Queen's gracefulness was reflected in Her Majesty's iconic sense of style. The Queen exuded an awesome feminine power full of elegance and grace, and developed her own unique fashion sense that evolved as she transformed throughout her life. From a newlywed wife to a young mother, a grandmother, and a matriarch, Her Majesty's style adapted to match her role and status, yet always maintained a sense of poise and elegance. She led the country through some of our greatest and darkest moments with grace, decency, and a genuine caring warmth. Singer Elton John posted on social media following Her Majesty's death, the 8th of September 2022. By embracing a style that was both timeless and memorable, the Queen solidified her position as a cultural icon and leader. She is simply one of the most elegant women in the world. Miuccia Prada, head designer of Prada. In addition to being recognized by the fashion industry, Her Majesty also demonstrated a keen understanding of the power of iconography in her role. Her monochrome hats and coats, trend-resistant hairstyle, and even her beloved corgis became recognized symbols of British culture and tradition. But the Queen's style was more than just a visual statement. It also served as a reflection of her character and values. Her Majesty remained relentlessly on message throughout the decades, embodying an uncomplaining, discreet, and flawlessly decorous ambassador for a particular ideal of British stoicism. She's so perfect in the clothes she wears. Gianfranco Ferrier. Indeed, as noted by designers such as Miuccia Prada and Gianfranco Ferrier, the Queen's style was a reflection of Her Majesty's inner beauty, sharpness, perfection, and willingness to be daring. The Queen's graciousness was not limited to Her Majesty's public persona, but was reflected in her everyday life and actions. It is the way the Queen treated others, the way Her Majesty communicated, and the way she carried herself. We mourn a woman who, with or without the crown, was the epitome of nobility. British actress Helen Mirren, who portrayed Elizabeth in the 2006 movie The Queen. As the world mourned the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, the beauty and power of her iconic style continued to shine through. A London florist shared that there were diverse preferences among customers for choosing flowers to mourn Her Majesty's loss. Some preferred the traditional white flowers, while others opted for a vibrant array of hues, much like the Queen's own love for bright colors. While pre-packaged bouquets were a popular choice, there were also those who hand-selected each flower with the utmost care, taking into account the tastes of the former monarch in creating the perfect arrangement. She is an incredible woman. She is so sharp, she is so beautiful. When I say beautiful, inside and out, that is a beautiful woman. Former US President Donald Trump after his official visit 2018. Chapter 8, Subchapter 2. The Art of Diplomacy and Tact. Queen Elizabeth II frequently utilized her speeches to convey crucial messages that other diplomats or politicians might not have been able to deliver. In 1979, during Her Majesty's visit to Malawi, the British High Commissioner Mike Scott had communicated his concerns to the Foreign Office regarding President Dr. Hastings Banda's hesitance to acknowledge British financial support. Despite frequently drawing comparisons between colonial times and the conditions that prevailed in that era, the President seemed reluctant to recognize the UK's contributions. During a state banquet, the Queen seized the opportunity to both praise Malawi's rapid economic and social development under Dr. Banda, and highlighted the UK's significant role in supporting that progress. The Queen emphasized, "My country is proud to be a chief contributor to this important work. We have demonstrated the genuineness of our concern for your future by providing £140 million of capital aid." This well-timed statement by the Queen effectively addressed the concerns of the British High Commissioner and showcased her ability to navigate delicate diplomatic situations with grace and wisdom. The Queen's tactful communication style was consistently evident, as demonstrated by her state visit to the Republic of Ireland in 2011. This historic occasion marked the first visit by a British monarch to Ireland in a century, and the first since the country gained independence from Britain. During her visit, Queen Elizabeth II conveyed a message of reconciliation and peace in a subtle, nuanced manner, avoiding confrontation or offence. Following her passing, Irish President Michael D. Higgins commended the Queen for not shying away from the shadows of the past during her visit, stating that her heartfelt words and gestures of respect were deeply appreciated and admired by the Irish people. Irish Premier Michael Martin added that her visit marked a crucial step in normalising relations between Ireland and the UK. The Queen began her address in Irish, saying, "A Wachtarain agus a Chaird, President and Friends," which prompted then Irish President Mary McAleese to exclaim "Wow" and the audience to break into applause. The Queen went on to express her sympathy for those who had suffered due to the troubled past between the two nations, acknowledging that, in hindsight, there were a few things that could have been done differently or not at all. Feargal Purcell, a government press advisor to the then Irish Premier Enda Kenny, noted that a significant amount of history was encapsulated in that moment. He recalled McAleese's amazement when the Queen began speaking in Irish, describing how the room was so silent that her whispered exclamation could be heard. According to Purcell, that moment brought together a lot of hurt and healing as the situation transformed from nervousness to mutual respect and joy over the course of the 4-day visit. Following the Queen's visit to Croke Park, the home of the Gaelic Athletic Association, where Her Majesty was greeted by thousands of people. This was a historic visit as the stadium had been the scene of the Bloody Sunday massacre by British forces in 1920. The Queen's visit was seen as a powerful symbol of reconciliation, and her graciousness helped to diffuse any potential tension. That visit was a great success, largely because of the many gracious gestures and warm remarks made by the Queen during her time in Ireland. Irish Taoiseach Michael Martin. Queen Elizabeth II's mastery of diplomacy and tact, exemplified by her neutrality, subtle communication style, and ability to navigate complex situations, offers valuable lessons for us all in fostering harmonious relationships and promoting mutual understanding in our own lives. Chapter 8, Sub-Chapter 3. The Power of Eloquence. Compared to other past kings and queens of England, Queen Elizabeth II's communication skills stood out as exceptional. The Queen used her speeches as a powerful tool to address the nation and the world, and connected with her people in a way that was relatable and genuine. Additionally, Her Majesty consistently shared her vision with her people, whether it was when she was 21, at her coronation, a UN meeting or a Commonwealth meeting, allowed people to grasp her vision and find ways to support it, creating a sense of unity and understanding. Let us not take ourselves too seriously. None of us has a monopoly of wisdom, and we must always be ready to listen and respect other points of view. Queen Elizabeth Christmas broadcast, 1991. Another example of this was during her state visit to France in 2014 to commemorate the 70th anniversary of D-Day. After the exchange of speeches between the heads of state prior to the state dinner, President Hollande reportedly asked for his speech to be rewritten to match the level of the Queen's speech. This illustrates how her speeches could inspire others to up their game and strive to match her level of eloquence and poise. This is a testimony to the impact of her speeches and the respect she commanded from other world leaders. At Christmas, I am always struck by how the spirit of togetherness lies also at the heart of the Christmas story. A young mother and a dutiful father with their baby were joined by poor shepherds and visitors from afar. They came with their gifts to worship the Christ child. Queen Elizabeth II at Christmas broadcast 2012. Whatever your profession, effective communication is vital. As a manager, administrative assistant, motivational speaker, CEO, or business person, you need to clearly convey your thoughts and ideas in order to be successful. Chapter 8. Subchapter 4. The Art of Personal Touch. Queen Elizabeth II possessed a remarkable talent for transforming even the smallest moments into heartwarming experiences that left those around her feeling cherished and valued. Frank Judd, a former Labour minister, had the opportunity to receive a formal farewell from the Queen in 1979, after Margaret Thatcher's Conservative Party had just won the election. Mr. Judd had previously been the Minister of Attendance on board the royal yacht, where he was treated as a part of the royal household. He was even invited to join one of Prince Philip's barbecues on an empty beach. While waiting for the Queen to appear, he noticed her approaching him from outside the group. Her Majesty passed him an envelope with her handwriting that read, "Memories of a happier occasion," and inside were very funny photographs. The Queen had taken of him and her private secretary sitting in the royal yacht deck chairs eating steak. Regardless of how he felt when arriving there that day after losing the election, he must have left with a smile and very fond memories of the Queen. Winston Churchill's granddaughter Emma Soames recalled another thoughtful moment Her Majesty created for her mother Mary in 2015. Although Mary had known Queen Elizabeth II her entire life, she had never been a part of the Queen's inner circle. However, after more than 50 years since her grandfather, Winston Churchill, received a knighthood, the Queen invited her mother to become a lady companion of the Garter. In 2005, when her mother was officially invested at Buckingham Palace, the Queen made a special point to tell her that the Garter insignia she was wearing included the collar of Winston Churchill. This was a moment of great pride and humility for the wartime Prime Minister's daughter. She was deeply moved and expressed her heartfelt thanks in a letter after the investiture. "I am bereft of words to convey my gratitude," which is indeed heartfelt. Winston Churchill's daughter after the investiture. Despite her unmatched busy schedule, one of the most common personal touches the Queen added frequently was sending a card and cake on a host's birthday. The Queen was also known for her ability to add personal touches when honoring heads of state. During a state visit to Luxembourg, she arranged a dinner to express her gratitude to the Grand Duke for his hospitality. Her Majesty had a special surprise in store for him, as a tribute to his Anglophile background and his pride in his honorary position as Colonel of the British Guards. After the dinner, the Grand Duke was delighted to see the regimental pipers of the Irish Guards perform around the table. He exclaimed in amazement, "Those are my pipers." In 1991, the Queen showed her appreciation for US President George H.W. Bush by gifting him a new piece of music, composed by her piper, Jim Motherwell. The piece, named after a recent Allied victory in the Gulf War, was a royal tribute to the President. The President was so touched by the gesture that Mr. Motherwell reportedly received a handwritten thank you note from the President by the very next morning. The Queen's ability to personalize events extended beyond diplomatic situations, as Her Majesty demonstrated a keen eye for adding personal touches even in private family events. In December 1948, when Prince Charles was born, the King and Queen celebrated the new arrival by gifting their daughter a beautiful jewel-encrusted brooch in the form of a basket of flowers. Princess Elizabeth, later Queen Elizabeth II, chose to wear this special brooch in an official portrait taken just a month after Prince Charles's birth, as well as at his christening. In 2013, the Queen again wore this brooch for her great-grandson's christening, and again at the Christmas broadcast in the same year, where the Queen spoke about taking time to reflect and contemplate the future with renewed happiness and hope. Her choice to wear the brooch was a poignant symbol of this sentiment. English cook and television presenter Delia Smith once shared her unforgettable experience of attending a private dinner and overnight stay at Windsor Castle, hosted by Queen Elizabeth II. Delia described the evening as one filled with warmth, relaxed hospitality, and remarkable moments provided by both the Queen and her exceptional staff. One highlight from the evening was a post-dinner tour of the castle guided by the Queen, which led them to the Grand Library. There, they saw not only books, but also family mementos, with each guest being shown items related to their own lives. For Delia, there was a letter describing the kind of chef Queen Victoria sought, a collection of old cookbooks and intricate kitchen utensils from a doll's house. At the center, a magnificent hand-illustrated book of birds displayed a page featuring a splendid canary. What this is really all about, though, is that we were so fortunate to have the opportunity to see and experience firsthand what we had only read about before. The warmth, the sparkle, and the humor of a genuine and beautiful person who was also a queen. TV chef Delia Smith. Chapter 8, Subchapter 5. The magic of humor. Queen Elizabeth II had a reputation for being reserved and stoic in public, but Her Majesty was also known to have had a great sense of humor. The Queen used humor effectively to strengthen professional relationships and bond with others throughout her reign. Time and again we were struck by her warmth, the way she put people at ease, and how she brought her considerable humor and charm to moments of great pomp and circumstance. Former US President Barack Obama. This was exemplified in Her Majesty's interactions with people, including President George W. Bush. During the Queen's visit to the White House in 2007, President Bush made a faux pas by stating that the Queen had celebrated America's bicentennial in 1776. Demonstrating Her Majesty's characteristic wit and humor, the Queen responded the next day by joking, "I wondered whether I should start this toast by saying, 'When I was here in 1776. When leaders employ humor in suitable ways, it fosters a positive and relaxed environment where team members feel at ease. This encourages better communication and collaboration among colleagues, leading to heightened productivity and job satisfaction. Furthermore, when leaders share laughter with their team members, it breaks down barriers and cultivates a sense of camaraderie. This atmosphere makes team members more comfortable approaching their leaders with ideas and concerns, helping to establish a culture of open communication and mutual respect. The example of Queen Elizabeth II's use of humor in her interactions underscores how leaders can skillfully leverage humor to enhance relationships and achieve superior results. There are some notable examples of her humorous moments where Her Majesty was quick to think on her feet, responding with humor. When the Queen visited a supermarket for the first time as a customer, the Queen had never visited one before unless she was opening one, Her Majesty walked through the aisles with great excitement. An older woman approached the Queen and said, "My dear, I must tell you, you look awfully like the Queen." To which the Queen replied, "Thank you. That's very reassuring." This witty response is characteristic of her sense of humor and Her Majesty's ability to put others at ease. In 2002, during a visit to the London Palladium, the Queen was asked by a performer if she would like to join in a song and dance routine. The Queen replied with a chuckle, "I would, but I'm not very good at it." This light-hearted comment not only showed her self-deprecating humor, but also her ability to connect with the people she met. In 2012, while visiting a factory that makes wax figures of famous people, the Queen was asked if she would like to see a wax figure of herself. She replied with a smile, "I've already met the real thing." This comment not only showed her sense of humor, but also her humility and self-awareness. In 2021, when posing for a photo with world leaders at the G7 summit, Queen Elizabeth II made a humorous comment that elicited laughter from those present. The Queen jokingly asked, "Are you supposed to be looking as if you're enjoying yourself?" showing off her wit and sense of humor. A former royal protection officer shared a story of the late Queen Elizabeth II's humorous side. The Queen once played a prank on two American tourists who failed to recognize her while picnicking near Balmoral Castle in Scotland. The Queen jokingly told them she had been visiting Scotland for 80 years, and when asked if she had ever met the Queen, she playfully referred to the protection officer and shared that he meets the Queen regularly. The tourists were excited and even asked the protection officer about the Queen's personality, to which he replied that she was cantankerous at times, but had a great sense of humor. The tourists were mesmerized by the fact he knew the Queen, and not knowing they are in fact speaking to Her Majesty. They even asked the Queen if she would be kind enough to take a picture of them together with the officer. The protection officer switched the conversation and he took a picture of the tourists with Her Majesty. The Queen later expressed her amusement at the thought of the tourists showing the pictures to their friends back in America and not realizing who they had just met. The Queen demonstrated how humor can ease tension in formal settings and foster connections. Her use of humor diffused challenging situations, built trust, and acted as a powerful leadership tool. Humor also serves as an emotional release valve, promoting balance and perspective, smoothing social interactions and aiding in coping with difficulties. Expanding perspective. Stephen Bartlet. Stephen Bartlet, a multifaceted entrepreneur, speaker, author, and content creator, embodies a harmonious blend of humor, eloquence, and grace. He is a master of the art of diplomacy, which has enabled him to foster strong relationships with clients and partners, and to bridge gaps between different parties. His unique blend of qualities has helped him navigate the complexities of the business world and communicate with people from diverse backgrounds. As the host of Europe's #1 podcast, The Diary of a CEO, Stephen shares his insights and experiences with a wide audience, inspiring them to embrace these qualities in their own lives. From humble beginnings in a Manchester bedroom, Stephen Bartlet founded Social Chain Agency, which later evolved into Social Chain AG, a social commerce marketing group valued at more than $600 million. In addition to his work in business, Stephen also brings a personal touch to his social media presence, where he shares his personal life and experiences with his followers, showcasing his humor and relatable personality. Through his book, Happy Sexy Millionaire, he provides readers with a refreshing perspective on success, emphasizing the importance of happiness and well-being above financial gain. An advocate for diversity and inclusion, Stephen is passionate about inspiring a new generation of entrepreneurs and creators from BAME, Black, Asian, and minority ethnic backgrounds. His dedication to breaking down barriers and creating opportunities for underrepresented communities is a tribute to his graceful leadership and compassion. Stephen's adaptability and prowess in business are on full display as he joined Dragon's Den in January 2022 as the youngest ever dragon in the show's history. What to remember? Life is like an exquisite symphony, where humor, diplomacy, and grace are the harmonious melodies that enrich our existence. As we've learned from Queen Elizabeth II's inspiring example, each of these elements plays a vital role in creating a masterpiece of our own lives. Humor, like a versatile instrument, brings joy and refreshes our minds, fostering creativity and productivity. Diplomacy, akin to an intricately choreographed dance, allows us to navigate complex interactions with tact and understanding. And grace, the mesmerizing landscape of our personal garden, blossoms with self-awareness, empathy, and eloquent communication. Let us strive to be the conductors of our own symphonies, thoughtfully orchestrating the delicate balance of humor, diplomacy, and grace to create a lasting impression on those around us. By doing so, we not only enhance our own lives, but also inspire and uplift others, leaving a legacy as enduring and captivating as the Queen's. Create a legacy of greatness through devotion and dignity. Let's continue. As our exploration of humor, diplomacy, and grace comes to a close, a new melody emerges, inviting us to delve deeper into the world of personal growth and interpersonal dynamics. In the upcoming chapter, we turn our attention to the foundation upon which our symphony is built, a strong and inclusive environment where individuals thrive and teams unite in perfect harmony. Imagine an orchestra where each musician plays a unique instrument, contributing to a magnificent unified sound. This image embodies the essence of an inclusive team, where diverse talents, backgrounds, and perspectives come together to create an extraordinary performance. How do we cultivate such an environment, where every team member feels valued, supported, and empowered to contribute their best? How do we ensure that our orchestra plays in unison rather than a cacophony of discordant notes? We embark on a journey to unravel the secrets of building a strong and inclusive environment, both in our personal lives and within the teams we lead. We will explore the strategies, tools, and practices that foster collaboration, creativity, and unity in the face of diversity. Together, we will learn how to compose a breathtaking symphony where each note echoes the power of inclusion, strength, and collective brilliance. Join me as we dive deep into the final piece of the jigsaw from Her Majesty's life in our upcoming chapter. Get ready to uncover the hidden insights that complete this fascinating puzzle and learn how to create a harmonious and inclusive environment where every member of the team thrives. Chapter 9. Building a strong and inclusive community. Empower your people. Building strong, inclusive communities is vital for nurturing harmony and a sense of belonging in our diverse world. Taking a cue from Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's exceptional leadership, we can recognize the significance of teamwork, transparent communication, and empowerment in cultivating an environment where everyone can flourish. By championing these values, leaders can guarantee the triumph and productivity of their teams. Think of an inclusive community as a stunning mosaic, where each piece represents a unique individual, and together they form a magnificent, intricate design. A skilled artist, much like an inspiring leader, must thoughtfully arrange these pieces, acknowledging their distinct shapes and colors, while fostering a sense of cohesion to create a harmonious masterpiece. By assembling a mosaic of diverse perspectives, experiences, and talents, we can build a strong, supportive, and interconnected community that celebrates the richness of our collective tapestry. Leadership is not about being in charge. It's about taking care of those in your charge. Simon Sinek. Chapter 9, Subchapter 1. Surpassing age and gender barriers for a diverse culture. Navigating the predominantly male-dominated spheres of politics and royalty as a woman, Queen Elizabeth II recognized the vital importance of fostering diversity and inclusivity from a very young age. The Queen exemplified these values, leaving a lasting impression on the development of a supportive and inclusive culture within the United Kingdom. When Princess Elizabeth ascended to the throne, she was a young, inexperienced leader in a world surrounded by powerful male figures. At 25 years of age, the Queen was meeting foreign dignitaries, presidents and prime ministers who were at the height of their power. Winston Churchill, Joseph Stalin, and Dwight David Eisenhower were among the world leaders in charge at the time of Her Majesty's coronation. These figures could not have been more different from the young Queen. Yet Her Majesty quickly established herself as a leader not to be underestimated. The Queen used her youth to her advantage, and Her Majesty took control of every situation with grace and poise. The Queen very quickly captivated him. He fell under her spell. I think he felt early on her immense sense of duty, and he looked forward to his Tuesday afternoon meetings with the young monarch. Churchill's youngest daughter, Mary, shared the insight with her daughter, Emma Soames. One of the first bold moves Queen Elizabeth made was regarding her coronation ceremony at Westminster Abbey. Her Majesty chose to have it televised, disregarding Churchill's advice to uphold tradition and broadcast it only on radio. The Queen recognized the significance of new media and its ability to modernize the monarchy and foster a closer connection with the public. The Queen's decision was well received, and it was reported that the coronation was the first time hundreds of households in Britain bought a television set. It was a world event, and the Commonwealth got the chance to see the Queen, and it was a huge success. The Queen's coronation set a precedent for her reign. The Queen proved herself to be a leader who was willing to embrace change and use new media to connect with her people. Her Majesty was not afraid to take the initiative and make bold decisions that would modernize the monarchy and bring it closer to the people. The Queen kept pace with changing times and technologies and met changing expectations of her people. We all need to get the balance right between action and reflection. With so many distractions, it is easy to forget to pause and take stock. Queen Elizabeth II, Christmas broadcast, 2013. Her Majesty ensured that the monarchy added value and was responsive to the needs of the country, while still staying true to its traditions. Queen Elizabeth excelled in building strong relationships with world leaders, earning their respect and trust. Despite differences in age and background, Her Majesty connected with them on a personal level and found common ground. Her Majesty not only had to work with older alpha males, but also with much younger people in the last few decades of her reign, showing her adaptability and ability to work with people of all ages and backgrounds. My first PM was Churchill, and that was before you were born. Tony Blair revealed how the Queen gently put him in his place when they first met in 1997. The Queen overcame the challenges of her time and became a powerful symbol of continuity and stability for her people. Queen Elizabeth's reign stands as a testimony to the fact that age and gender do not define one's ability to lead and achieve great things. On another occasion in 2021, the Queen politely but firmly turned down Oldie magazine's Oldie of the Year award with the words, "Her Majesty believes you are as old as you feel." As such, the Queen does not believe she meets the relevant criteria to be able to accept and hopes you will find a more worthy recipient. Her Majesty's commitment to inclusivity was evident in the way she celebrated not just one, but all of her Jubilee milestones, including her Ruby Jubilee in 1992, her Golden Jubilee in 2002, her Diamond Jubilee in 2012, her Sapphire Jubilee in 2017, and the Platinum Jubilee in 2022. During each of these celebrations, Her Majesty made it a priority to invite representatives from all parts of British society, including those from diverse religious and cultural backgrounds. People from different walks of life and backgrounds, including those from minority communities and those with disabilities, were allowed to participate in the festivities, ensuring that no one felt left out. From street parties to parades and special concerts at Buckingham Palace, the Queen made sure that everyone was included in the celebrations. Her Majesty wanted to ensure that all communities and individuals in the country felt valued, appreciated, and part of a greater whole. Through her tireless efforts, Her Majesty encouraged people across the UK to come together, celebrate their differences, and embrace a sense of community and shared identity. Her commitment to inclusivity and diversity helped to foster a culture of trust, empowerment, and collaboration, which ultimately led to sustainable success for the country. The Queen demonstrated a keen understanding of the importance of collaboration, both within her family and among her advisors and staff. She famously relied on the counsel of trusted advisors and sought out the opinions and perspectives of those around her. The Queen had surrounded herself with a team of trusted individuals who have been with her for many years, some even for decades. She relied on their expertise and advice, and they in turn respected and trust Her Majesty's leadership. There were times when the Queen would turn to one of her trusted private secretaries and ask the simple yet profound question, "What should the Queen do?" The Queen sought guidance and direction in fulfilling her duties, never assuming that the Queen had all the answers. This level of humility only endeared her even more to those around Her Majesty. One of her advisors, Angela Kelly, shared a story of how the Queen's confidence in her instincts grew during a visit to the Pope, and how the incident made Angela feel more empowered thereafter. Angela recommended the Queen wear a black dress, but the Queen's office advised a bright-colored day dress. After much discussion, it was agreed that she would wear a day dress. But Angela had prepared a black dress as well for the trip, which saved the day, as the Queen's advisors requested a black dress last minute for the meeting. From that day on, Angela's confidence to trust in her instincts grew, and the Queen's secretary started listening to Angela's views more. Another example of Her Majesty's focus on collaboration was when her dresser Angela desired to boost the styles and colors of her wardrobe. When Angela did not agree with the styles suggested by the royal designers at the time, the Queen asked to see Angela's designs. Her Majesty was impressed, and Angela became the first in-house royal designer. These are just a few examples of how Her Majesty fostered a supportive and inclusive culture by encouraging collaboration, trust and empowerment among her staff and advisors. It has been women who have breathed gentleness and care into the harsh progress of mankind. Queen Elizabeth II, 1966. Chapter 9, Subchapter 2. Kindness. Among those who knew Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II will forever be remembered for her kindness and compassion. Her kindness was not only limited to her personal life, but also evident in the way the Queen treated those working for Her Majesty. The Queen was always mindful of the needs of those around her, from the most senior members of her staff to the newest members of her team. According to various reports, the Queen went out of her way to ensure her staff were comfortable, happy, and well cared for. Her Majesty would never want to hurt anyone's feelings. Angela Kelly, Her Majesty's dresser for nearly 30 years. During tours, everyone knew that the focus must always be on the Queen. However, Frank Judd, who was Minister of State for the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, broke this rule once when he was on a royal tour in 1979 with the Queen in Gulf. He was asked by the Foreign Secretary, David Owen, to break off from the tour for a few hours to deliver a reprimand to a local emir who had been breaching sanctions against Rhodesia and given off-the-record background briefing to a journalist. This secret engagement was later leaked to the press and was in all newspapers the next day. However, the Queen did not hold this against him, though, understanding that he was performing his duty and not to be blamed for a mistake made by a journalist. This incident further reinforced Frank's belief that he was part of the Queen's team and marked a moment of deep appreciation for the Queen's understanding and leadership. Frank thought to himself, "That's my monarch." He was part of the team, her team. Frank Judd, who was also the former Minister of State of the United Kingdom for Development and Africa. Despite her demanding schedule, Her Majesty's care for her entourage was tremendous. During a tour in 1994, the Minister for Overseas Development, Linda Chalker, recalled an incident when she accidentally put her foot through a piece of plywood covering a hole in a pavement. After she was helped, the Queen did not hesitate to ask her if she was okay, and upon hearing her response, immediately request for some ice to be brought to Linda. The preparations for a royal tour require a significant amount of planning and coordination, and often consume the attention of an entire embassy or high commission several months in advance. As a result, Queen Elizabeth II's luggage would typically include a variety of gifts, such as decorations, medals, photo frames, and commemorative pens to express her appreciation for the embassy staff who had worked hard to make the tour a success. Through numerous testimonials from across the world, it is evident that as a public figure, the Queen carried herself with utmost grace, dignity and humility, treating everyone she encountered with respect and kindness. She never let her position or status get in the way of her compassion for others, as evidenced by her support of charitable causes and her dedication to public service. I remember her as a friend of France, a kind-hearted queen who has left a lasting impression on her country and her century. French President Emmanuel Macron. Chapter 9. Subchapter 3. Passing the torch. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II was the daughter of a wise and just king who taught her the importance of being adaptable, open to new ideas, and committed to serving her kingdom and its people. The Queen took on the mantle of leadership at a young age and was determined to ensure the longevity and stability of the monarchy. Throughout her long reign, the Queen worked tirelessly to maintain its relevance and ensure its success. It is my hope that when judged by future generations, our sincerity, our willingness to take a lead, and our determination to do the right thing will stand the test of time. Her Majesty the Queen addressed to the United Nations on the 6th of July 2010. As a young queen, Her Majesty sought the guidance of her first Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, advisors, and trusted her own wisdom to make strategic decisions that embraced new technologies and ideas, ensuring that her kingdom would thrive for generations to come. One key example of the young Queen's ability to analyze political situations and leaders with a long-term perspective is when Her Majesty wrote to a friend, Lord Porchester, in 1961, describing Ghana's first independent president, Kwame Nkrumah, as naive and vainglorious, and unable to look beyond his own lifetime. This revealed not only the Queen's views on Nkrumah, but also her ability to critically analyze political leaders and situations. Her Majesty knew the importance of empowering the next generation of leaders to take forward the institution of monarchy, mainly her next successors, Prince Charles, now King Charles III, and Prince William and their partners. The Queen did so gently by guiding, inspiring, and getting them to follow their passions to cultivate their leadership skills. Her dedication to equality and human rights and her commitment to philanthropy inspired many, including King Charles III and Prince William. King Charles has been an advocate for the environment and sustainable living for many years. He established the Prince's Trust, which helps young people who are struggling with poverty, homelessness, and unemployment. He has also been a strong supporter of the campaign for real farming, which advocates for a sustainable, agroecological approach to agriculture. Prince William has often spoken of the influence Her Majesty had on him, and it's interesting to note that the Queen never forgot to have his favorite cookies on hand whenever he visited Her Majesty during his boarding school days. Prince William has made a significant impact in raising awareness and reducing stigma around mental health issues through his establishment of the Heads Together campaign. This initiative works to promote open conversation about mental health and encourage people to prioritize their mental wellness. In addition to his advocacy for mental health, Prince William is also a passionate defender of wildlife and the environment. He partners with the African Wildlife Foundation to protect at-risk species, such as elephants, rhinos, and lions. Furthermore, Prince William's environmental efforts reached new heights with the creation of the Environmental Prize in 2020. This prize was inspired by President John F. Kennedy's moonshot and aims to support innovators who are taking on the biggest threat to the planet, climate change. Continuing Her Majesty's legacy, throughout their lives, King Charles and Prince William have demonstrated their commitment to making a positive impact in the world, and they will continue to be champions for their causes and make a difference in the lives of those around them. And I am proud beyond words that his, Prince Philip's pioneering work, has been taken on and magnified by our eldest son Charles and his eldest son William, admirably supported by Camilla and Catherine, most recently at the COP Climate Change Summit in Glasgow. Queen Elizabeth II's Christmas Broadcast 2021. Queen Camilla has dedicated herself to advocating for several important causes. She supports victims of domestic abuse, partnering with organizations like the National Domestic Abuse Helpline to provide vital resources and assistance. a passionate advocate for literacy and education, particularly for young children. She is a true embodiment of the British royal family's spirit of service and dedication to others through her tireless advocacy for important causes. Next to being the patron for over 20 military and charitable organisations, Catherine, Princess of Wales, is also a passionate advocate for early childhood development. She firmly believes that a child's initial years play a crucial role in shaping their future selves as adults. To that end, she has launched her Life Work campaign, which focuses on providing a solid foundation for children to progress and develop as they grow. Her dedication to this cause would have undoubtedly made the Queen proud. Chapter 9, Sub-Chapter 4. The Strength of Discretion. The enigmatic aura that surrounded Queen Elizabeth II was in part due to Her Majesty's discretion. As one of the most recognizable women globally, Her Majesty was always conscious of her public image and the importance of maintaining the dignity and integrity of her role. This aura of mystery lent her an air of intrigue, captivating people's attention. Like Shakespeare, she is a figure in our imagination and our heart. Thomas Kielinger, the Queen's German language biographer. Her discretion extended to her low profile and her famed motto, "Never explain, never complain." By refraining from sharing personal matters or engaging in debates, the Queen preserved respect and support from people of all backgrounds. This stoic approach encourages resilience and restraint, even in today's social media-driven world. The Queen's ability to maintain privacy and communicate selectively with those closest to her showcased the value of being mindful of what we say and how we say it. Her poise and control in interactions exemplified that sometimes less is more, and that subtlety and gratitude can be powerful tools in life. She's not flamboyant. Broadcaster Sir David Attenborough. Elevating the virtue of discretion to extraordinary heights, Queen Elizabeth II is not known to have criticized anyone throughout Her Majesty's entire life. Bearing in mind her remarkable longevity and countless daily interactions with millions of people, all while being under the public eye, this exemplary standard is truly remarkable. Always upholding the highest standards of conduct, Her Majesty also took great care to avoid actions or statements that could tarnish her reputation or that of the royal family and monarchy. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently. Warren Buffett. However, Queen Elizabeth II believed in the importance of criticism and scrutiny in public life. The Queen understood that no institution, whether it be the monarchy or any other part of the government, should be immune to the scrutiny and criticism of the public. The Queen also recognized that this scrutiny should be done constructively and thoughtfully, with a touch of gentleness, good humor, and understanding. No section of the community has all the virtues, neither does any have all the vices. I'm quite sure that most people try to do their jobs as best they can, even if the result is not always entirely successful. He who has never failed to reach perfection has a right to be the harshest critic. There can be no doubt, of course, that criticism is good for people and institutions that are part of public life. No institution, city, monarchy, whatever, should expect to be free from the scrutiny of those who give it their loyalty and support, not to mention those who don't. But we are all part of the same fabric of our national society, and that scrutiny by one part of another can be just as effective if it is made with a touch of gentleness, good humor, and understanding. This sort of questioning can also act, and it should do so, as an effective engine for change. Queen Elizabeth II, at the 40th anniversary of her succession. Dale Carnegie, the writer of the book How to Win Friends and Influence People, believed that people respond better to praise and encouragement than criticism and negativity. In using Carnegie's words, he thought that everyone has the potential to be great, and it's up to us as leaders and human beings to help them reach that potential. Instead of pointing out their weaknesses, he thought we should focus on their strengths and what they're doing well. That way, we can inspire and motivate them to do even better. Criticism can be hurtful and damaging to relationships. When we criticize others, it creates a division between us that would be harder to amend afterwards. Carnegie thought we should always approach others with empathy and understanding, trying to build bridges instead of walls. However, in life, sometimes it is important to give feedback to lift another up. If it is necessary to do so, Carnegie also came up with a 9-step guide. Simply summarized, he said we should start by praising and appreciating the person, then be specific about what needs to change. We should avoid blaming and judging them, and instead focus on the behavior that needs to change. It's also essential to be empathetic and to try to understand the person's point of view. Finally, we should end the conversation on a positive note, with encouragement and support. His teachings continue to inspire people worldwide, reminding us that positivity and encouragement can transform our lives in every way. Expanding perspective. Sir Richard Branson. Sir Richard Branson, a name synonymous with innovation, excellence, and exceptional leadership, has made a significant impact on various industries, from airlines and hotels to mobile phones and music. His distinctive approach to leadership serves as the driving force behind the accomplishments of his diverse array of businesses. Sir Branson firmly believes that the success of his enterprises is directly attributable to the hard work and dedication of his employees, and he prioritizes cultivating a positive and supportive work environment where everyone feels valued and respected. Committed to the pursuit of excellence, Sir Branson encourages his team to continually strive for improvement and to never accept mediocrity. He views every challenge as an opportunity for growth and treats setbacks as valuable learning experiences rather than outright failures. Fearless in his approach, Sir Branson readily takes risks and explores new, unconventional ideas to foster innovation and creativity, which he considers essential for thriving in today's rapidly evolving business landscape. As a self-made billionaire, Sir Branson credits dyslexia as a contributing factor to his success, asserting that individuals with the condition often possess the skills of the future. To ensure the continued success of his brands, Sir Branson meticulously prepares for the eventual transition of leadership, laying the groundwork for a seamless succession. The All Blacks. The All Blacks, one of the most successful and renowned rugby teams in the world, have a strong culture based on teamwork and continual improvement. They believe in being never too big to do the small things that need to be done. They believe in the philosophy of continual improvement and a continuous learning environment. Even when at the pinnacle of success, the team looks to do better and adapt to changing circumstances. Understanding their purpose as a team and being driven by intrinsic motivations is crucial to their success. Leaders within the team are responsible for creating other leaders and fostering a sense of shared ownership and accountability. One of the key drivers of their success is their focus on mastery, autonomy, and purpose. The team encourages individuals to strive towards modest improvement, consistently done. They believe in the power of purpose to galvanize individuals and align group behaviors. The team's leaders also see themselves as teachers, guiding and mentoring their teammates to reach their full potential. They practice under pressure, and they practice this regularly to replicate game conditions. They believe that personal discipline and character triumph over talent, and that intense training accelerates personal growth. They also prioritize controlling their attention and making good decisions under pressure. Another important aspect of the All Blacks culture is honesty and authenticity. They believe in knowing thyself and being true to oneself, which leads to better performance. The team also values sacrifice and focus and encourages individuals to find something they would die for and give their life to. The All Blacks also place a strong emphasis on creating a culture and inventing their language. They have developed a unique haka, kapa or pango, which serves as a ritual to remind and reinforce their belief system and collective identity. The All Blacks believe in planting trees that they'll never see, meaning that they are not only focused on their success, but also on leaving a legacy for future generations. They see themselves as representatives of all those who have come before and all those who will follow. These principles have enabled the team to achieve exceptional performance and success. What to remember? In the journey of building a strong and inclusive community, 3 essential attributes stand out: the strength of discretion, surpassing age and gender barriers for a diverse culture, and kindness. As we run our race of life, we must strive to make the path easier for those who will take over from us, just as a relay runner passes on the baton to their teammate. In the same way, we must give our utmost to help others succeed while carrying the baton of leadership for a time, before passing it on to the next person. This passing of the torch ensures that the community continues to thrive and grow, with the knowledge, skills, and experiences being shared to empower others to take on leadership roles. Ultimately, our role on Earth is to make life easier for those around us, just as a relay runner strives to make the path easier for their teammates. By embodying the attributes of discretion, surpassing age and gender barriers, and kindness, we can create a strong and inclusive community where everyone can thrive. We must pass the torch to the next generation, sharing our knowledge and experience to empower others to continue the work and take on leadership roles. By doing so, we ensure that the community continues to flourish, just as the baton is passed on from runner to runner in a relay race. The power of empowerment can change the world, one person at a time. Let's continue. As our journey into the life of Queen Elizabeth draws to a close, we are left to wonder what Her Majesty's thoughts were on how she managed to embody both power and love, and how she maintained her strength and grace through decades of challenges and change. We are curious about her happiest memories and what events she would rank as her top 5 favorites. We wonder what she kept in her handbag, what her favorite movie was, and what her favorite book was. Most of all, we want to know if she was truly happy. However, her thoughts on these matters will forever remain a mystery. To Her Majesty, we ask, were you aware of just how much you are genuinely truly loved and respected throughout the world? Your impact will continue to be felt for generations to come, and your memory will always hold a special place in our hearts. We thank you for your service, and we miss you dearly. We can only continue to draw inspiration from her legacy and honor her memory in our own lives. Queen Elizabeth II was an icon for women around the world, a symbol of strength, dignity, and grace. We are grateful for the example she set, and will continue to honor her memory for generations to come. The life and legacy of our Queen. Pausing to reflect on the remarkable life and legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, we cannot help but be in awe of the unyielding strength, elegance, and poise she brought to her role as a monarch and leader. Born during a period of tremendous turmoil, she witnessed firsthand the challenges faced by everyday people, blossoming into a caring and understanding figure whose devotion to public service and charitable causes touched innumerable lives. Success isn't wealth or status. Impact matters. Her Majesty's strong sense of duty and ceaseless commitment to her people were complemented by Her Majesty's ability to connect on a profoundly human level. Despite her elevated status, she remained down-to-earth and modest, epitomizing the very core of what it means to be an authentic leader. As we reminisce about the extraordinary moments of her reign, the splendor of her wedding and the coronation, her unwavering presence in times of crisis, and her relentless efforts to unite and elevate her people, we are filled with immense gratitude for the invaluable impact the Queen had on the world. Queen Elizabeth II's dedication to the United Kingdom and Commonwealth, Her Majesty's steadfast support for those in need, and her impressive resilience in the face of adversity shine as a guiding light for us all. As we bid farewell to the most beloved Queen Elizabeth II, we are reminded of the words of Sir Keir Starmer, who said, "Around the world, people are united in mourning and united in celebrating her life. This togetherness is a reminder of what she achieved." Through her actions, Queen Elizabeth II showed us the power of empathy, the importance of unity, and the strength that comes from being true to oneself. As we face the inevitable challenges that life presents us, let us draw upon the lessons that Queen Elizabeth II so graciously imparted upon us. Let us strive to be compassionate leaders in our own right, extending kindness and support to those around us. And as we remember the grand soul that was Queen Elizabeth II, we can't help but shed a tear for the immense loss, while simultaneously feeling inspired to carry her legacy forward, creating a better world in honor of Her Majesty's memory. In the words of David Beckham, how much she inspired us with her leadership, how she comforted us when times were tough. Until her last days, she served her country with dignity and grace. As we move forward, let us embody the spirit of Queen Elizabeth II, embracing the values of compassion, resilience, and dedication that the Queen so beautifully exemplified, and let us continue to be inspired by the incredible human being Her Majesty truly was. True leadership is serving others. Follow Queen Elizabeth's noble example. Regal leadership, empowering others with dignity and service. Leadership is service, not a throne to seize, empowering and uplifting those you lead with ease. Each day, ask yourself how you can lend a hand. Supporting others, not yourself, is what makes a true command. The Queen's example, a shining light, acknowledging and elevating others, always in her sight, breaking through barriers, supporting good causes, making everyone feel valued. She's a true leader who never paused. Let us all follow in her regal path, celebrating each other's achievements, no aftermath, age and gender, never to be a limitation. We can all make a positive impact on this nation. Remember, true leadership is not about fame. It's measured by the success and well-being of your game. So lead with service and watch your people thrive. For a true leader empowers and helps their people to survive. Final remarks. During the momentous occasion of the Queen's ascension to the throne on February 6, 1952, even before Her Majesty knew of the untimely death of her beloved father, something incredible happened. As Her Majesty was perched on a treetop in Kenya, an eagle soared above her head. The eagle is a symbol of hope and salvation. This powerful omen marked the beginning of the Queen's remarkable story as a leader who would go on to inspire countless individuals throughout her reign. Fast forward to 2022, as we bid a final farewell to Her Majesty, we witnessed a stunning display of nature's beauty as double rainbows painted the skies over her two palaces in London. It was a moment many saw as a final blessing, a good luck charm for the future. The Queen was more than just a monarch. She was an inspiration, a leader who was loved and admired by all. The Queen's reign was distinguished by significant achievements, and her lasting legacy will serve as a testament to her impact for years to come. Throughout our lives, we take on various roles: mother, father, doctor, teacher, hairdresser, shaped by family, society, and our own choices. The title itself holds little weight. What truly matters is how we approach these roles. How do we personalize them, leaving our unique mark? How do we go above and beyond? Queen Elizabeth II's life exemplifies this perfectly. Even without the crown, Her Majesty's unwavering dedication, resilience, and compassion would have ensured the Queen became a remarkable citizen, admired by all. Let's draw inspiration from the Queen's example. Embrace the roles we inhabit, strive for excellence, maintain focus, and adapt to change. Let's transform challenges into opportunities for growth and extend empathy to those around us, fostering a strong and inclusive community. Thank you for joining me on this journey through The Job Well Done, the Queen's Way to Successful Leadership. Your time and attention mean the world to me. I hope this book has inspired and empowered you in your own endeavors. Your feedback, comments, and support are deeply appreciated, and I look forward to sharing more with you in the future. Together, let's continue striving for excellence in all that we do. Thank you for listening. Maheshika Halbeisen,